They're sitting in positions where they can get to a multitude of positions depending upon what Zealous do in the round.
Yeah, and you can see Zealous now. They're tracking these players and just waiting.
And it's not really giving them much
in fact,
information.
Half the round's gone down, and Zealous have made far less progress. Looks like FNATIC's adaptations in their movement is doing them justice so far. Excellent work.
Magnet's managed to take some damage somewhere on the map, however. He's still living.
Yep. We saw a player droned out downstairs. That's the Jaeger, so still alive and downstairs. Key really position for... okay, there you go. There's the first kill. And the Jackal gone down. That roam clear potential, as well as both of the smoke grenades available on the Zealous roster, removed. FNATIC this time have the first pick, and Zealous desperate to find one, but Magnet finds it. In this case, onto Serum with the shotgun. Virtue, meanwhile, a C4 kill, removing another Zealous player. Just two left for Zealous. They're in the same position here inside of the aquarium. Not a lot going for them. Moving into the bomb site would be treacherous with those holes beneath them and players ready to peek into a crossfire.
Yeah, 30 seconds and there's not much hope here. They have to make their way in and everything is against them right now. They're going to go in when Jam has set off his concussions. Oh, but Hotshot's looking the wrong way. Jam is going to try and get the trade. Can't quite land it, however. 15 seconds, 1v5. I think this might be all over Red Rover, Dev.
Not looking to be anything for Jan to take a hold of. 5 players on FNATIC still up and well. Looks to be a flawless round for the boys in orange. Still plenty of players below. Absolutely no point of entry. And the clock will do the rest of the work. FNATIC going up and succeeding on their hookah defense.
And how impactful was that mute pick that round? It delayed those Hibana charges going off. They had to, go and use more utility from the Zofia, the impact grenades from her lifeline, and they were just so not ready for it, and they didn't get the first pick anymore, Zealous.
That's right, and the mute is multifaceted as well. Magnet using that shotgun to open up a substantial amount of that floor meant that FNATIC, even when they had lost all of their C4s, they were happy to have 2 players downstairs to use that vertical play if there was any possibility for Zealous to go in for the plant. Another key element of that was the Jackal, the first one to be found. Not having an impact on that roam clear as such as he did previously.
Yeah, well, this time we're going to Penthouse, Devmata. Isn't this like the least favoured bomb site?
These days it's looking to be, isn't it? That said, we haven't seen Kitchen yet, and Penthouse was the first round that occurred off stream. Seems like FNATIC just not seem to go to Kitchen as of yet. Perhaps it'd be their third choice, but who knows? We've seen plenty of teams rock Bar as well. In this case, it's just Penthouse this round. But we have seen a lot of ways that you can play this, especially with the Maestro, enabling that peak from the L-bend.
Little pixel peak.
Yeah, that's right. And we've got the rotate into VIP as well, which allows for a lot of mobility, of incredibly mobile holds, something that we saw. This was a staple last season in ANZ. All of the teams would do a hold very similar to this. And with Magnet playing the dock as well, he'll be very happy to contest these long angles.
Yeah, plenty of cogs to take the long fights. And oops.
All right, that's an interesting pick from Rizraz. Not sure what the intention there was, but there you have it. Rizraz, that's a no-no.
I misclicked, sorry.
You're not meant to shoot your kind of most important operator on the lineup at the start of the round. That's all right. Aces will sit on his cameras.
So never mind about the Maestro pick then.
Well, looks like for Zealous, it's the same mentality, the opposite direction for this take, starting on the west side of the map, going for a full roam clear. But these long angles, see Serum dueling at the moment with the pixels of Magnet residing in VIP. Magnet, of course, does have that ACOG, and he'll have a fair chance in these gunfights.
And FNATIC are perfectly happy for Zealous to take this part of the map. They're like, all right, you guys have it, but you come this way, you're going to see some more stiff resistance.
Oh, but Magnet is the first to fall in this case, losing that fight to Nazgul, who only takes a smidge of damage in the meanwhile. Another pick going the way of Zealous. Virtue, a huge fragger off the table for FNATIC, and amounted to that team kill. We have just 2 players left. This really is looking to be another Zealous round.
They're just peeking.
Yep, the pattern continues. Just Lusty now, that's another kill for him, but 4 more to find.
Oh, there's a downed one outside too. He's going to finish it off with the
yes.
C4.
No, it doesn't do the damage, and winning this next fight is important for him to stay in this round, but it's really not looking possible anymore.
He could do
that
this.
said, it's jammed down.
Oh.
Lusty finally shut down. Thankfully, JCZ prevents Zealous from having a heart attack, and well, there we are, 2 versus 2 in terms of rounds.
You know, I said he was known as a clutch master, but not anymore.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time.
Been a while. He's been around the block a few times. He's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders these days on the FNATIC side.
He has had a 1v5 in a competitive environment as well, hasn't he?
I'm sure of it.
You casted it.
Yeah, it was a grand final of the summer, not the summer series, ANZ Cup. Wow,
Yeah.
we're sorry, this is stretching my memory way back, Monkey. That was a good time.
Yeah. Was it your first studio broadcast? Is that right?
No. First studio broadcast was the APAC Pro League finals.
Okay.
I guess that was probably my first studio broadcast that wasn't a LAN, if we want to get really specific there, Monkey. Well, here we are. Looks like FNATIC are very happy to reattempt something where they, missed the mark and retry a bomb site with some adaptations. Worked for them on Hookah after they lost their initial defense and fixed it up second time round. Seems to be the play as well on Penthouse.
So, Dev, we saw FNATIC just peeking everything. Is that them playing off information there, or are they just trying to do that, beat them through synergy / we're better?
I don't know. Like, to be completely fair, Magnet dying while peeking, that's just very common. Not for Magnet, I mean, sorry. That came off harsh. What I mean is this position in VIP, your purpose is to peek. So Magnet, you can't blame Magnet for dying there. Like, he's doing his job. He just lost the gunfight. That's unfortunate. Whatever.
And then the follow-up was trying for the trade.
Exactly. So it's a bit of a cascade. Some of the ones we saw off screen I can't comment on, but I've got to say this time, Magnet's position in VIP will be much more advantageous because of Lusty playing the alibi. With an alibi device, one of those prismas on that VIP double window, it means that Magnet's going to have some cover that prevents the attackers from really taking those angles. If the attackers are spraying willy-nilly through that window, then they're going to be tagged up and Magnet will have the advantage in the gunfight. So a clever adaptation between the 2 rounds from FNATIC.
Once again, FNATIC perfectly happy for Zealous to have this part of the map. So, we've got no interest in it, so it's free real estate.
That's the pattern again, but wow, that's a very large run out. A good trade from Jam, but it's all the hard breach off the table. Not too essential on this particular bomb site. The way it's being held with that open wall into VIP, it doesn't matter so much, but still, it's a pick and a kill is a kill. In this case, though, Nazgul taking a very long angle, misses the shots onto Magnet, who does retreat back into the bomb site, and that may very well be VIP control for Zealous.
Yeah, but remember they do have that rotate control, that rotate hole, so they can gain control back if they need to.
Tracking the Valkyrie now will make it a little bit more difficult. Of course, Valkyrie a bit more mobile than the Doc, but Doc's one is going to win those long-range gunfights. Nazgul taking a stem of damage, but still these alibi devices are up, making it very difficult for Zealous to continue these fights, and there you go, that's an impact onto Nazgul. He knows he has to pick up this diffuser at some point, and now he'll have to get onto that very exposed rappel. Jam on the cusp of this decides to move on in, removing some of the utility from VIP. Things looking up a bit for Zealous, but where's the rest of the team, and where will the push come from?
Looks like JCZ was patient pretty much this whole round and now has finally moved out of luggage. Oh! Serum trying to land the grenade onto Aces, and he's actually downed him. Almost getting the kill. Grenade wasn't enough to start it, but the bullets are enough to get most of the way there.
There you go, Magnet taken down as well. Just 2 players up for FNATIC, completely salvageable. Now just 1. Virtue, the last man standing on this flank. We know him to be an incredibly strong fragger, but he has to play this perfectly. Plant likely to go down from Nazgul, but Virtue could still win it in a post. Rounding this next corner, he'll get 2 kills for free, but the diffuser goes down on the ground. It's a 1 versus 2 retake for Virtue now. Just 2 players left. He has some information, but he's going to keep playing this on the peak game. That's a triple kill for Virtue. Just 1 left. Jam and Virtue. Jam has the ACOG in this long-range encounter, but we know Virtue, he's just so good. Jam has to play this perfectly and patiently. Exposed position, Virtue wants to wide peek this, he's baiting it with the shoulder peek, he lands the shot! That's an insane play of 1 versus 4 retake on the post plant. That's Virtue, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ANZ.
Well, looks like there is a new Virtue in town. Clutch. I don't remember learning that one in church.
Oh my goodness.
Well, 1v4 Clutch. Virtue, you know, he's done this on the biggest stage, and then he comes back to small town ANZ and says, all right, guys, watch this.
I think he must have been listening to me before. He's like, what? You're telling me that you're not impressed with FNATIC, how they play locally? Dev, just shut up and watch this. And look, he took the words.
To be fair, that was just fragging out, though,
yeah,
Dev.
Look, but he did it so damn good.
Oh, yeah. And that pre-fire above on the bed, how do you know to do that? Surely they had some information, right? Like,
it's entirely possible. Maestro cameras in sight. Look, when it came down to it, Zealous didn't have a lot of time, and their positions perhaps weren't as good as they could have been in those final moments. Anyhow, moving into the next round, and for the first time, we're seeing an Aussie operator in the Aussie Pro League. It's everyone's favorite Aussie Mozzie.
I was going to say that.
Sorry, I stole it. I love it. So, tell me, Hunky, what do you reckon about Mozzie in the Pro League? You know, I've talked to a couple of pro players.
Yes, no. Yeah, so he's like almost a hybrid between Mute and Echo. I suppose, like drone on defense and also denies enemy drones, right? Like it's, and then I suppose the information gathering side of a drone there. So
I think that the key for a lot of Pro League players is the it's drone denial.
Yeah.
Rather than actually being able to sit on and use that drone, because you know Mozzie's kit really favors that kind of aggressive roamer playstyle. You know, he's a fast operator. He's got a nitro cell for vertical play. He's got that great gun and the commando. But I think that the thing that makes Mozzie appealing to a lot of Pro League teams is just it's the full package. You know, it's a fast operator with a good gun. You've got the shotty to make rotate holes. A little bit of drone denial as well is nice as well.
Yeah, like, you know, my viewpoint of it is if you want someone to drone for you, Echo would be a much better pick on defense, right? You want to get droned in, be entry fragger on defense, take an Echo. You know, you can go invisible, you can fly. You know, he's practically the Superman of drones there.
And he can sit safely on site, right? Whereas Mozzie may be less likely to be on site, doesn't have that APOC line. Oh, there you go. We saw for the first time Aces is being a pest.
Needs to get out the little Mozzie burner coils.
Will people know what those are?
Internationally, probably not.
Mosquito candles. Oh, well, people are just going to spray it down. Anyhow, shaping up into this round, once again, Zealous going for this roam clear. It's very difficult to contain these roamers. The way that FNATIC is playing it currently, and of course on this hookah defense, there's really a lot of ground to take. That vertical play being one of the key elements the defenders will likely leverage, and it's really the goal here, clearing that out. Oh, but that's a perfect cross from the FNATIC player on the roam. Still lurking around Sunrise, and multiple players as well to lurk and flank.
Oh, and they're getting aggressive. The ping's going to come on out.
Oh, there's a live drone!
The Mozzie.
That's Mozzie live droning right now,
Oh!
but Lusty finds one kill. Rizraz really desperate for this one. Surely he'll find it, and there we have it, a live droned Mozzie in the Australian Pro League, and the kill coming out from Rizraz.
When the hunters become the hunted, it's got to be Mozzies, of course.
Yeah, but I love it. Ace is really being a pest tonight. Excellent work. And look, I was saying that it's not likely we'll see the live droning come out from Mozzie, and FNATIC proved me wrong. That said, hot shot straight into the bomb site. Two Zealous players, but they're cleaned up by Magnets. It's just the one left. Things looking very good, and we'll close the half for FNATIC, 4-2.
Yeah. You know, I saw Aces lose that gunfight. Well, okay, you're not winning that. Two people peeking you at the same time. You got to hit some pretty nuts shots. And I was like, all right, well, you know, Zealous, if they get another one, they're back in this round. But then C4 from below. Yeah, it was pretty downhill from there.
We saw a strike of inspiration for Zealous when they realized, look, this isn't working at the moment. We can't play it too methodically downstairs because FNATIC have adapted to our play style and they're fighting back. So on the bomb site, we just had to take some initiative. It worked for a little while, but it didn't close it out. Now that we'll see Zealous go onto the defense, still tie is on the cards. They'll only have to win 4 attacks. And on Coastline, it's completely manageable. The real question is, sorry, they'll have to win 4 defenses. It's real manageable on coastline, but the question is, their opponent's FNATIC, and they are the kings of adaptation.
Yeah, I like that 6 pick there where they show the cap can but then switch off. Like, if they think there might be a cap can on the board, they're going to be checking every door just a little bit extra.
And look, cap can's no joke in ANZ Pro League. We've had a lot of serious teams, you know, FNATIC and Orgless primarily, pick that cap can quite consistently on specific bomb sites. Namely, we have the downstairs CCTV, Lockers bomb site on bank. Cap can traps really can make a significant impact on that site.
Yeah, especially if you can put them in some positions. Like, you know, we have to say farewell to Oregon, but one of my favourite spots to put one was top of Oregon White Stairs. And you can put it on a side. If you put it on, well, let's say you're in dorms looking towards the stairs. If you put it on the right side there, the player has to get all the way to the top of the stairs if he wants to shoot that cap can. So it's not just the threat of it, it's also if they know it, they have to expose themselves to get rid of it. Like, you can find some pretty good positions for that.
Now that we have Zealous setting up on the hookah defense, a lot of very similar things that we're familiar with from FNATIC, even going down to that deployable shield placement inside of the pool table room. Now repelling onto VIP balcony. First time we're seeing the Dokkaebi.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Dokkaebi's not an operator I really like too much, like personally to play, and especially with her calls now running out, I don't think you get as much value out of her.
I see what you're saying. That said, you know, Dokkaebi's always been a favorite of mine, so I'm a bit biased. But, you know, on this site in particular, with these current bans, you know, no echo, no mirror, the information gathering is heavily leveraged by camera-based utilities, you know, especially that Maestro and Dokkaebi, when called, will force you off of those cameras. So it's very useful when you're going down for your execute. You see FNATIC have a lot of roam control with the Dokkaebi, the Jackal, and the Nomad. They're really going to be eliminating these offside players and preventing these flanks with plenty of smokes to go for their execute as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dev. It's not something I really consider, because when it gets to that point in the round, I'm usually dead.
Ash Jaeger main, Ash Bandit main.
Don't expose
Ash
me on
Vigil
live
main.
TV.
I'm just taking some guesses. Oh no, you're an Ash Doc main, aren't you?
Moving on. We've got a game here. So
Yeah.
Aces took some damage early on. Where was that?
It's a bit hard to call, really, and
Maybe it was Rizraz continuing his bullying.
yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised. Let's be real. It's Rizraz. Nonetheless, as I was mentioning before, we have 2 of these players with smoke grenades prepped on this aquarium take in a prime position to go for this eventual take. But I think FNATIC are keen to eliminate some more of these players before they finalize. We saw earlier on Aces upstairs throwing some flash grenades through a vent. That leads to the top of blue stairs. If you throw a frag grenade down there, you might actually find a kill, but there's no one playing that position at the moment, with several players rotated downstairs. Still, FNATIC haven't cleared out Jam or JCZ. Just Nazgul in that key position on the bomb site, though, and if FNATIC can take full control, they could have a solid shot at getting this plant down. Magnet takes that first kill onto Jam. Downstairs, how does he manage that? Still, there's a lot of damage as FNATIC have no choice but to go there execute.
Yeah, here we go. 10 seconds on the board. That's some damage from a C4, but not enough. Serum to clean up there as Ace has found Nazgul. Looks like JCZ's going to find one. Lusty Serum. Aces. It's all raining kills right now. Zealous win the round.
And it was so close too, with that Valkyrie position inside of Hookah, getting that final kill onto the Jackal holding the diffuser secured the round for Zealous. FNATIC got so close, but in the end, it was a sheer lack of time remaining and the fact that it took them so long to clear out those players downstairs that prevented them from getting firmly onto that bomb site.
You know, I was thinking, right, just before Magnet got the first kill, no one's making a play for FNATIC. They're all waiting for someone else to do something, and no one was doing anything until Magnet found the opening kill, but then there was not enough time in the round, really. They had to just go balls to the wall, right, let's go.
I don't want to sound too harsh here, but I really feel like that kind of strategy overall in terms of the lineup and everything we got from FNATIC, they would have done so much better, you know, if they dried run it, you know, several times. If they did exactly what they did there, but just faster. I know it sounds harsh, but like, you know, if you go through, you're plotting your nomads down, you take all that control. There wasn't any real context that FNATIC had to push out from Zealous. It was just the time that they needed to drone and place this utility down. And perhaps if that was a little faster, FNATIC would have had time at the end to overcome those issues on the bomb site.
Yeah, well, you know, hindsight, 2020 vision dev, of course.
Oh, that's our job, though, as casters, is to blame the team and pretend that we know more.
To just criticize them.
It's exactly our
guys,
job, right?
you should have won it. Here's what you got to do. You got to shoot them.
Just win the gunfights,
Yeah,
guys.
just
Come
win. It's easy.
Doesn't matter. You just got to win the gunfights. Anyhow, memes aside, Zealous defending this time on Penthouse. Seems like both of these teams love it. Can you guys just give me some kitchen already? I mean, what is this, ANZ?
I know you're partial to a bit of cooking, Dev.
I know, I'm actually a big fan. Made some kangaroo curry the other week, actually.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. Not even joking it for the broadcast.
I had some kangaroo sausages the other week.
That's good. So all our international viewers, I got to say, kangaroo is actually very, very environmental.
It's something my mother used to buy quite a lot growing up. Kangaroo meat.
Yeah, it's good. A lot of kangaroo meat also isn't farmed. It's caught wild, which is extra good for the environment.
Yeah, especially because where I grew up, country town, nice and close to them wild kangaroos.
That's right next to the Outback map, isn't it?
Yeah. by a few thousand kilometers.
All right, here we are. Let's talk about the round. It's a setup again from FNATIC. Similar mentality. The Nomad once again brought something we didn't see from Zealous, but here's some strong control, and Zealous have sacrificed that VIP control, looking to anchor heavily down. Oh, what was that shot? I have no explanation for that. Rizraz should never win those.
It was the SMG-12 RNG recoil kill. Well, he knew someone was playing in that position. He took a shot and he hit it.
And that's just such a key impact there. No more smoke babes. 1:40 left for FNATIC or nearabouts, and no more gas canisters from Zealous to deny that time. This is looking incredibly good for FNATIC, and now these sledge grenades will deal nicely with that Maestro. That's the next big thing that FNATIC would have to worry about. Assuming that they can prevent this vertical play here, FNATIC don't really have to worry about much. Maybe a C4 or two, and that's it.
Yeah, there goes the call. Here comes the grenade. Oh, that's going to be caught, however, by an ADS system. Hotshot will down aces as well. So that C4 dropped, and ooh, what was that? Another shot from Hotshot before Magnet can trade him on back.
The flank watch is also down, so FNATIC in dire straits. Virtue on the ground. Rizraz in desperate need of managing another shot with the SMG-12. Is going for the long-range fight. This peak not quite working out for him, but he knows the position of the Jaeger. Still, FNATIC have time to play with, which is the key here. They made such good time earlier that it's still working out. Rizraz does find that kill onto the flanking player, and Magnet gets inside for two.
1v1.
Just the one left. It's Magnet, and he finds JC as he jumps inside. That's very close to now securing the guaranteed tie for FNATIC.
You know, I don't know why JC jumped out. I'm assuming he didn't realize he was downed. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I'm thinking he's just kill hungry.
But did JC kill Rizraz first? I didn't quite see that because Rizraz was still up. The second player was downed.
Yeah.
So maybe he thought that he'd been picked up or didn't realize he was downed or something.
Well, I know they had information on him because he was down, so they obviously got in a fight there.
Yes. Yeah, he knew that there was another player. Yeah, okay. So he took out Rizraz on the first one. There you go. Thank you. Fantastic replay, guys. Appreciate that production.
Yeah, good stuff.
They always got us covered, don't they?
Yeah.
Lovely bunch of blokes. All right, so yeah, a bit of a misplayer, I guess, at the end of the line there for JC, but still, FNATIC, I think that's just a good moral of the story. Like, when you have plenty of headroom in terms of time, you can salvage even really, really difficult situations.
And, you know, one of the things I really liked about that round from FNATIC is how quickly they got Rizraz into VIP there, and how quickly he took a peek. Like, Nazgul was not ready for that.
No, not at
and
all.
It's one of the things that I feel like really separates good teams from average teams, is how they can switch up their timings like that. Like, you know, they got Rizraz in there nice and early, but then they slowed it right down, didn't they?
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Now, moving on to this round and analysing the defense a little bit again, we see Nazgul making his vertical holes. This is just, to me, it's just so old school. I can't imagine FNATIC opening up this default wall and trying to plant in that spot. It's just, I just don't imagine that. It's so old school, and I feel like Zealous are perhaps preparing for a style of play which FNATIC it is just not the way that FNATIC will play. Perhaps it's a meta at different levels or in different leagues, but I don't know. I feel like maybe FNATIC are just going to go and prove me wrong now. But to me, that's not something that we would typically see. You know, playing heavily around that VIP wall, in the end, it didn't make a difference in the previous round.
Yeah, definitely, Dev. Now, one of the things we're seeing FNATIC bring that Nomad, we haven't really seen too much impact from her yet, have we?
Yeah, that's fair. I guess the key part of that is the fact that Zealous managed a successful flank last round. The Virtue's flank watch and the Nomad devices weren't enough to hold on to VIP, and that was one of the telling parts that really made Zealous almost win that round against FNATIC.
Yeah, well, they're still sticking with it.
I think it's a good pick. Even if it's not visibly having an impact, it can make the difference. It can slow players down on their flank, and even if you don't see them activated, their presence can prevent people from flanking.
Also, I feel like if you manage to get rid of all ADS systems, she can be used similar to Capitao almost, where you can shoot one at someone's feet and they have to make the decision to shoot the air jab or get peeked on.
That's right.
I saw your face light up as if you've never thought of that before.
Sorry to tell you, my face lit up because he just killed 2 birds with 1 stone. 1 grenade took out 2 Maestro devices.
Sorry, I was looking at you.
I know you were looking at me, and I was looking at the stream. You thought I was reacting to you, but I was reacting to the stream.
I was like,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, mind blown.
My mind was blown because of an incredible grenade. I'm sorry.
Excellent utility budget from FNATIC here.
Yeah, I love it. It's 2 for 1. They've been heading into Kmart or something.
Getting them bargains.
I like this. Magnus downstairs, not only is he the flank watch, not only is he the flank preventer in Nomad, but he's also making sure there's no vertical potential. And, despite playing over what's potentially an exposed area, there's the plant going down. Ace is, even with the fact that there was a smoke on the board, Zealous didn't have any response to that. Now it's an easy cover for FNATIC in this 5 versus 4.
Aces is tucked right into that corner, making sure he's staying alive from that shoulder there, Lusty. All right, never mind. Virtue's got him. Oh, nice shot from JCZ, but it's a 2-on-4 here with half diffuser timer gone. Jam's also here to back him up, trying for the shoulder peek, but no one's peeking. Lusty is, in fact, Jam to go down. We're going to see the follow-up of Virtue to have the crossfire there. And FNATIC put themselves on to match point.
Getting very close to the end of the line here for Zealous. These defenses just not working. Whenever we saw FNATIC head to a defense that they lost, they would always repair all of the mistakes in the next round. But this time around, Zealous just not managing to secure these penthouse wins. Now they can head back to Hookah, which they got a victory on before, but FNATIC have seen their defense and they know how to adapt.
I suppose we're seeing the difference here between Zealous and FNATIC and, showing FNATIC's experience here. We spoke about how little denial there is on the board here. And Zealous, they're taking the smoke and it's just not working, not able to deny the plant going down, and that's what's losing them the rounds. Whereas FNATIC, hyper-aggressive, preventing them from getting in any of those positions.
I mean, that's a great point, right? Zealous are bringing plenty of utility. They've got the smoke, they've got the Maestro. There's probably 2 C4s here between the Bandit and the Valkyrie, but still a plant went down in that last round, and that's because systematically FNATIC are preventing that utility from being used. When it came to the Maestros, they were all removed from play, and I guess the smoke and the C4s, there was either not enough information or the Zealous players weren't able to effectively use that because perhaps they didn't actually know how to get that throw correct. So they weren't in the right position to get that throw correct, and that's really the difficult part for Zealous.
100%. So potentially the final round of the series here, Dev Marta. Now I did say I don't see Zealous getting more than 3 rounds.
Well, you're looking to be correct so
far. I was
far.
a bit worried earlier on.
Well, you thought that it was going to be a close one? They traded back and forth, right?
It still could be close.
Yeah, it's possible. I think that the big distinction here I'm seeing between these 2 teams, Zealous is, clearly a strong team. They have some very good plays. On their attacks, they were very well organized. But FNATIC always one step ahead in terms of the adaptations. Zealous weren't able to make reparations to their penthouse defense, and now I guess this round would be a telling point for FNATIC. Can they make adaptations to their attack on Hookah and secure this without dropping another round?
Well, 2.5 minutes for us to find out how exactly the pieces will lay here, Dev Marta.
And look, even if this is the final round, we still have one more map in this series, double best of one. So we'll get another chance to see if Zealous have any more resistance on map number 2. That said, they've got their 3 rounds that you allotted them.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not counting him out. Like, it seems like, I suppose it really feels like FNATIC have been the ones to lose their rounds rather than Zealous winning. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like they've been in control the whole way, and then they make the wrong play, which causes them to lose a round.
Yeah, I'd pay that statement. Now looking on to this next point, FNATIC very, very slow. This is the same thing we saw on their previous attack onto this side. Look at how much time has elapsed, and still this control, still this droning.
Not much happening, is it?
Oh my goodness, Ace is still in Hall of Fame. You know, we got a minute 20 on the clock, and at least, you know, FNATIC are doing their due diligence downstairs. They have that Dakaibi drone placed in that prime position where a defender might try to C4. There's also Zealous preparing these vertical holes so that downstairs will be able to affect the plant spots, but needs to be dealt with. Virtue starting that off.
Yeah, finds the headshot onto Serum. That's one of the C4 operators as well.
Still, there's a lot of work to be done for FNATIC. 50 seconds. Zealous still have plenty of denial. They have the Maestro up as well. Still, these Maestro cameras haven't been dealt with. From FNATIC, it'll have to be one of those grenades to remove that Maestro device, but Lusty's nowhere to be seen on this side of the map. Nazgul's still in a prime position with this gas grenade, can deny some of these default plant spots as he'll start to do that. Dokubi call signals that FNATIC are starting their plant, but in fact, it's just the bait. One more logic bomb remaining for Rizraz. He's going to call it straight away. Just the 20 seconds left. This will be a blitz of actions here between these two teams. Rizraz going for these shots with the SMG-12, and the Zealous players feeling the heat now. This player on the window needs to make the difference, but it's just not working for FNATIC. Less than 10 seconds to go, and that'll have to be a double kill for Nazgul. The triple with the shotgun, and that'll keep Zealous in the game for another round.
And that's exactly what FNATIC did last time they attacked this bomb site. Took way too long. Tried to jump into the bomb site at the wrong time, well, with not enough time, I suppose, and then just got, well, just shot.
And that's the thing, when FNATIC were defending and they reattempted the same thing twice, always the exact fixes were made, reparations to their previous failures. But here, in the case of their attack, it just wasn't enough. What has FNATIC got to do for that hookah attack?
I think their strategy isn't greatly fleshed out. Like, they're not dealing with that smoke. And when they were attacking Penthouse, they were doing something to counter the smoke and the Maestros for that matter. You know, grenades. They shot the smoke one time, and then the other time they were right in the corner that the smoke couldn't get to.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I guess on that particular site, there's not much that you can do that the smoke can't get to.
Yeah, there's not many places to hide.
And that's where the counter for smoke, historically, across the Rainbow Six Pro League for such a long time, has been time. That is the counter to smoke. You have to force him to use all of his gadgets, which means you have to budget a lot of time economy into just the execute component. And we saw that we didn't even need Nazgul to be using the smokes until, what was it, 40 seconds on the clock? Yeah. That's exactly where you want to be as the smoke.
Yeah, no 2-for-1 deals on the time budget this time, guys.
Unfortunately. No, I was going to say they must have been shopping at some other shop that doesn't do a deal, but I feel like if I insert any actual brand names into there, I'm going to get in trouble. Oh, well,
I'll leave that one alone.
Yeah, let's just leave that one and move straight on ahead into Penthouse, which has been a real struggle for Zealous so far.
Yeah.
I don't know, this really does feel like it's the end of the line. We'll just see something quite significant in terms of the change for Zealous, because 2 times in a row there hasn't been any kind of answer.
So the balance lays on the Maestro and the smoke there for Zealous. Can they use that Maestro utility? Can they use those smoke babes?
I mean, I wonder, is there a way that an ADS can be placed to prevent the grenade we're seeing from Lusty? Because he's just playing inside of that bathroom.
Where do you place it that's not going to get shot from the window?
Well, my question is, you know, see that little white bench that you can play behind near the bomb? If the ADS is there, will it catch the grenade before it detonates? I think that if it's cooked right, it won't. And that's why Lusty's pulled that off time after
But you'd have to place it behind the bar, Dev.
Yeah, I agree.
And so
I just don't know if you can make it work.
Yeah, it really depends on the angle of the throw as well, I suppose.
In theory, you could hide it right in the northeast corner of the room, underneath the TV. But if Virtue's doing his job with the IQ, he'll spot that and get one of his teammates to shoot it before they go for that grenade.
Well, this time FNATIC not quite as fast. No Rizraz entry with the SMG-12 just yet.
Yeah, and that Maestro device is gone as well. It's been moved over. There you go. That's the way that they've solved this. They put it onto the bed. Ace has spotted that, called it out to the rest of the team.
Much better, I agree.
It'll be more difficult. It won't be impossible, but it will be more difficult, definitely.
And you can have ADSs that are in much better spots that are definitely going to get any thrown grenades, but there isn't any. Unless I just can't see them.
You're the ADSs?
Yeah.
Oh, I think we'll likely have some ADSs stacked at the L bend. Don't see any on that specific spot on the site. We saw an explosion. I'm not sure if it destroyed the Maestro device.
I believe it was a grenade from below.
Yeah, so that was a strategy here for FNATIC, taking control of below. And the Gridlock, the Australian operator on the attacking side for the first time making an impact as Ace places down those track stingers and attempts this plant. Soaks up a lot of damage too, but that's C4, not enough to deny the plant. FNATIC looking so good here, bringing that Australian operator for the very first time. And we'll see a post-plant scenario for Zealous.
Oh, Magna, the timing there, but he does manage to turn around just in time. 3v5.
Oh, no! Oh my god, what is this? It's a bloodbath currently, and Zealous only have one player left. Hotshot gets taken down, not so hot after all. And FNATIC secure map number 1 in a 7-4 victory.
7-4 fashion. You know, a bit closer than what most people would be expecting. Like, don't you agree with me there, Dev?
Yeah, I guess so. I think a lot of people on paper are expecting, like, oh, here we go, the Challenger League team.
7-1,
you know, barely even made it into Pro League. It just came down to the last Playday. It was almost a, you know, a tie to get in. Finally made it. Maybe a 7-1, 7-2. But no, I think it's a good fight from for Zealous, and got to give him credit for that.
So one of those rounds was the Virtue 1v4 clutch, however.
Yeah.
Like, flip that to the other side. Right now we're looking at a 5-6 scoreline. Like, that's
very close, right?
Yeah.
And one round makes all the difference. Virtue shouldn't really, on paper, have gotten that win at all.
Oh no. So when we look at it, grand scheme of things, like, this was a lot closer than what 7-4 shows, I suppose. But that's just what we've come to expect from FNATIC in ANZ Pro League, isn't it? Like, not going full Super Saiyan. Not using full 9,000 points of power.
Yeah. Oh well, FNATIC have made it work. So
yeah, just enough.
Yeah, I guess they had just enough to keep it going for that. Yeah, there were some pretty astounding moments in that game. Virtue's 1v4 has got to be take the cake, I think. We're gonna have MVP votes and all that kind of stuff on the Twitters. I feel like, I don't know, have you got to give it to Virtue for that?
Yeah, but I feel like if you're looking at it from a completely, like, you know, neutral perspective of, like, who was the most valuable player, I think it's Aces.
Yeah,
he got 3 plants, well, all on Penthouse, I suppose, and, you know, they won those subsequent 3 rounds.
Yeah, and that's taking into account the fact that Rizraz killed him 1 round.
Yeah, that's always a nice way to say, oh, guys, my stats aren't as good.
Yeah,
I got killed 1 round.
Unfortunately, we'll get to chat to Rizraz in a minute, so
yeah.
I guess we can ask him about that if we want. Yeah, got to say, FNATIC and Zealous, that's not a match that we'd expected to go as close, as you mentioned earlier. They have one more, though. We've seen FNATIC's strength in that match really was the adaptation. It's something that Zealous didn't quite get across the line. Moving into map 2, I think that factor is going to be accentuated. Yeah,
and I think, you know, I want to say more of their strength was in their knowledge and also how they knew how to play when certain operators were on the table.
Yeah, any specific operators? Like, you mean FNATIC, how FNATIC operated when they had specific lineups? Yeah,
that too, and also responding to their opponents' lineups. Like, Aces was able to plant in that corner of Penthouse 3 times. No denial. C4 didn't work, smokes didn't work, and, you know, they just knew that he'd be able to do that safely.
Yeah, that's right. That's a fair cop. And look, FNATIC, we actually saw for the first time some of these new Burnt Horizon operators in the league. And Gridlock, I think, one of the operators that people have been most skeptical about her effectiveness in Pro League, she seemed to work. And I think that...
Yeah.
I don't know, like...
I think what he did with the Gridlocks, though, like, just wasn't...
It was a position that has to be run through. I mean, to be fair, it probably would have been fairly easy to shoot out those Gridlock charges, like all the track stingers.
Yeah.
But that said, the thing I've always said about Gridlock, you know, great guns. You know, not necessarily a fast operator, but great guns, ACOG on them, and you've got the smokes. And that really is the key for me. Like, especially the M249 SAW, I love that so much.
You like the ACOG on it, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Good damage. It's got the key to that for me is the destructibility as well. It minces through floors, and it's got super quick reload time as well.
Yeah, it's one of those guns that, I feel like you should... Someone's going for a plant, you need to hold down a doorway. Don't just sit there waiting. Just hold down click. You can do that for the whole plant time.
Yeah, that's right. And even if you run out of bullets, compared to the other LMGs, you just chuck in another clip and that's perfect.
Oh yeah, reloads heaps fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, compared to the other M249, I've got this sneaky suspicion that the M249 SAW that Gridlock has actually has better recoil than Capital's M249 because I play both of them. And for some reason, I'm terrible with Capital's LMG, but Gridlock feels right at home for me. Maybe it's the kind of true blue Aussie kind of connection that me and Gridlock have. I don't know. No comment? No comment?
No, I don't know. I'll let you just have your little thing with the operators.
All right. Maybe I get a bit too enthusiastic about the characters and the operators. I don't know. I just enjoy the lore and the story and all that.
Yeah.
Look, that's got to be in there too. Anyhow, one more map to go. Are you feeling like it'll be the 3-7 you predicted on the first time, or?
I don't know. Like, as I said, FNATIC, one of those teams, don't always show up in Pro League. Like, I feel like I've said that a million times now. So I really feel like, we could see a draw for this one. Like, I know it's only 5% of you would agree with me there.
Still, it's more than would expect Zealous to win. And look, a lot of people are going to be going for... That's the nature of the community vote, is a lot of people are pledging their allegiance more than pledging their predictions.
So you reckon it's more of like, it's thinking with the heart rather than the head kind of
That's exactly what we've
situation,
seen in the past.
Yeah.
Especially in North American Pro League, for example, when a lot of big orgs follow teams that aren't always at the top of the leaderboard, they'll be very favourable, despite that kind of discrepancy.
It's a popularity contest.
It is a popularity contest. I mean, that's literally what it is. It is a community vote. It's going out to the community for which one you want to support. And I'm sure that we would have seen all the FNATIC guys retweeting that and saying vote for us. And all
vote for us.
Yeah, and what kind of a reach they have. So,
yes.
So yeah. That said, what would you put it at? If it's 95% for, or 90% for FNATIC, or what, 191, 91% for FNATIC, are you feeling like the draw is a lot more likely than that?
What, than 5%? It's really hard to tell. Like, as I said, it's more of FNATIC losing than, Zealous playing how they should and FNATIC playing how they should, is what we see in the ANZ Pro League, isn't it?
So I guess on the flip side, like if I'm Zealous right now and I'm thinking, okay, so I want FNATIC to stuff up, how am I going to be playing to try and make sure that happens? Because you can't just accept that it's out of your control. I think that you have to try to, what can you do to make it work? So if you're on the Zealous side of things.
Well, one thing, we saw on the very first round we saw of them. Yes,
we saw of them, which wasn't the first round.
Yeah, which wasn't the first round, but it was the one that Zealous won. And as I said, FNATIC were just peaking everything. Like, you can't force them to do that. Like, maybe you can do that with utility, but they were holding angles, and FNATIC were walking into those line of sights.
Yeah, I've been saying it, time and time again. I really think that that's why the adaptability is so important. Right, if they're playing like peeking everything, then sit there and hold the angles. If they're playing static, you have to chase after them. You have to figure out, how you're going to execute. Cut out your little stake of the bomb site and start getting the work done. Because it works the opposite as well. Like if you're trying to hunt down players, or you're getting running in willy nilly, and they're playing super aggressive, it'll be really hard. Anyhow, let's talk about one of those aggressive players from FNATIC. It's time to go and have a chat with Rizraz. Let's go.
G'day, Rizraz. How you doing, mate?
I can't hear anything. Give me a second.
All right, no worries. Hey, Dev.
G'day. I'm just getting my face in there. I've got to show off my lipstick.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
What the?
What the?
It's all right. I'm sure he just wants.
I wonder if he can see me.
I don't know. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
At the very least, you got to see the one and only Rizraz. So, that worked out for us pretty well. I think we're getting there. All right.
Yeah.
It's first time for everything, right?
First time here, guys. So
I don't know. What? He looks well. He looks well. He looks
Yeah.
like he's having a good time.
Yeah,
He's
well,
had a blast cruising
just
through
came off
Philly.
a 7-4 victory. You'd
Yeah.
probably be pretty stoked.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Rizraz is one of those players in the ANZ scene who always, you got to be following him on Instagram, Twitter, because, he's that kind of guy. He's into fashion. He's
He be
always
dripping.
he's always got the content for you.
The content.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably spends more money on clothes on one thing than I'd probably in a single year.
Yeah, it's like that once a year when you're like, oh,
Gotta go Kmart.
my shoes are falling apart again. Gotta head back. Yeah, I bought some new shoes recently. I've never invested in good shoes.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to ask Rizraz for some advice.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if I can afford anything that
Ask
he's
Rizraz about shoes. Added to
Thanks.
interview
Yeah,
questions.
From me, cheers. Yeah, that's all from me. The rest, yeah, all yours.
Oh, mine. But, maybe we could just start talking about some of the questions as just more talking points. I did want to ask Rizraz about that hyper aggression, I suppose, but I think we might have him back. Here we go. Rizraz, can you hear me now, mate?
I hear you loud and clear, Monkey.
Nice. So just came off that 7-4 victory. I've got a few questions here for you. In one of those early rounds, you TK'd aces. Why?
Okay, little bit of a story. I was feeling shaky, so I was tracking his silhouette.
Ah.
My monitor was a little too low. I lifted my mouse and left clicked.
So misclick, as I said to Dev.
Yeah.
All right. Now, with that clutch that Virtue got, that was obviously very nuts, and I'm sure the reaction was pretty spicy. But we saw his third kill was the Zofia standing on the bed, and he pre-fired that one. Was that some information, or was that just Jake was feeling that one?
That was Jake feeling that one.
Yeah.
I think his game sense kicked in.
Yeah.
Knowing that angle, he pre-fired it. We didn't call anything there.
Yeah.
We told him the plant was that side, but we didn't tell him he was on the bed.
Yeah, well, awesome game sense there from Jake there. So, also, Dev and I were talking about how you guys were, I suppose, hyper-aggressive on your defense, and were theorizing because it was of the echo ban, and, you can't really plant denial as much. You've got to try and stop them from going for the plant. Any insight into that one?
It's something that we prepared for with Coastline as a whole, not so much the echo ban. If anything, I think we were not as aggressive as we wanted to be. A lot of it was just because it was Coastline, not so much the echo ban.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Rizraz. Now, Cafe is the new map in the pool. Are we going to be seeing that from you guys anytime soon?
Possibly. It is a Pro League map. It does need to be worked on, but I can't give away anything on stream.
Fair enough, mate. Now, also, I want to talk about the Aussie operators. We saw you guys bring both of them out at least once. I know we saw Gridlock in the last round and, of course, Mozzie earlier. How are you feeling with these guys in the Pro League? Like, are you liking them, or why were they picked?
We do like them. Mozzie brings extra intel, and we love our intel. We get to play aggressive with it. Gridlock was kind of just out of the blue pick. We strutted a little bit with it, and we've watched VODs of other teams using it, but that one was not so much planned.
It's more of just on-the-fly kind of thing. Yeah, awesome. Very thanks a lot there, Rizraz. Now, just one last question. We saw also a pretty nice kill you got against Smoke hiding behind in theatre, with a bit of a pre-fire there. What was going through your head with that one? Dev and I were, theorizing a lot with that one as well.
I saw him on the drone. I droned through the guitar hallway.
Yep.
And I saw him, and I realized half the wall was soft. So, well, half of it was open, rather. And I decided to swing around and pre-fire, and I connected to his head.
Yeah, well, you miss every shot you don't take. So you took it and you hit it. So thank you very much, Rizraz. Now, we're going to end this in just a moment. Just any last thoughts or things you want to say to fans at home?
Just thank you for guys. North American fans especially, a lot of them came into Lusty's stream, and I know across the world they're staying up really late to watch our game, and we really appreciate that. everyone in Australia, thank you for supporting us all the time, win or loss.
All right, no worries. Well, we might be talking with you again in another hour. You know, we've got another map to find out how that one goes. So thank you very much there, Rizraz.
Thank you.
All right, Dev. So interesting insights there from Rizraz. Anything you want to comment on?
He keeps his cards close to his chest, he does.
Doesn't he?
I know. I really want to know about Cafe. I think we've said that enough times on the stream today. Look, if EU's going to play up 4 days in Playday 1, we can't one-up that, but at least we can get a peek in, surely. But no, Rizraz, he's... I feel like it's Dizzle, you know, like standing behind him virtually and just like, Rizraz, don't tell them anything.
We just got to slip him the zinger under the table, hand over the maps.
Well, I got to say, FNATIC, seeing for the first time these interviews with Rizraz, he really he prepped up. You know, he's got the jacket on, got the chair with the perfect FNATIC logo over the shoulder. I love seeing it.
I forgot to ask you about the shoes.
Oh,
Sorry,
you had one job, man.
Oh, sorry.
All right, we need to have a break so I can tell him off for forgetting about that. But don't go anywhere because we'll be back really soon with another match, FNATIC versus Zealous. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six Pro League Season 10. We're back with the second map of tonight. It's ANZ again. I'm James. This is Monkey Fists. How you going? You feeling good?
Yeah,
We've got another map.
Yeah, another map for FNATIC versus Zealous. As you said earlier, it's something that it's so hard to call. It's like FNATIC on paper, but then when it comes to it, it's like
the problem with when FNATIC plays in the ANZ Pro League is, for me, and for a caster, it feels hard to call because we've seen some serious upsets. But to everyone else, they're like, nah, 91% FNATIC, it's easy. And it's like if we play it off and give Zealous some credit, then everyone's like, what? Nah, FNATIC's got this. Do you guys even watch the Pro League finals?
it's almost like Dizzle is watching right now and he's like, right, this is what they've said, guys, and this is what we're gonna do.
Well, what Dizzle actually goes to me and he says, I want you to vote against me because every time I think they're gonna lose, they actually end up winning. So I think they actually like it when I predict against them now. So. Guys, I'm telling you, Zealous is going to win this map. They're going to do it.
Stop playing favorites here, Dev.
Sorry. No, so we had the first map. We had Coastline. We talked extensively about what we thought were the key issues on Coastline, but I think a lot of it came down to, what bans we ended up seeing in terms of operators and that influenced kind of how they played and such. Is that going to be the same heading into map 2?
Well, it really is that FNATIC aren't doing anything special strat-wise. Strat-wise. If I can get my words out. So it did come down to just them having more synergy and being experienced players. They knew how each operator would interact and the synergy between those operators there, I suppose.
And they've really, they doubled down as well in their operator picks. They were never like, we'll do a little bit of roam control. We'll have a Jackal. That's what we saw from Zealous. When FNATIC is like, we're going to roam control. We got the Nomad, we got Jackal, and we're going to bring Dokkaebi.
Yeah. So
they went all out.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing with FNATIC. They're in sync. They have that chemistry. Even when it's not something that's pre-planned, they're ready on the fly to get their stuff together. Like
talking with Rizraz after that first map, he was like, oh yeah, a lot of it is just what we were feeling. You know what I mean? It's more of it wasn't pre-planned right down to the very number of steps it takes for Nomad to walk around.
That's right. Yeah, and I think that the benefit of that is, I think, overall outweighs the drawbacks of that.
Yeah.
The main drawback is just time. It can take a lot of time. If you spend a lot of time communicating with your team about what you're going to do this round, what you're going to do next round, what you're going to change, what you're going to keep the same, that takes a lot of time. And we saw that the rounds where FNATIC looked really lost were their attacks onto Hookah. And it was when they absolutely ran out of time. Every single time, consistently.
Yeah, they attacked Hookah twice and they lost it twice, didn't they?
Yeah. So it's a flip. I've seen a lot of teams, really dry run specific strategies or attack runs. And I think that there's an even balance to be had. You need to be able to slip into something familiar, but you also need to be able to, on the cuff, change things up, do what you got to do. And I think something you mentioned earlier, a mark of a really good team is one that can flip the switch straight away and say, look, there's no one in here, let's move in, even if it's a bit unconventional.
Sometimes your timings can be a little bit off, and that's probably going to work out right if you've got the right information there.
That's right. Well, Rizraz mentioned a lot of their playstyle revolved around the fact that they were playing Coastline. Let's have a look where we'll be playing next up with the map Veto. We've got the same best of one series. It's Coastline and Border taken off as the defaults. Bank Cafe, Consulate Villa. Oh my God! All going away like a
It was like that round when they attacked.
Just can't read it out.
Yeah. So Clubhouse is where we're going.
Yep.
Yeah. FNATIC might have a bit of a sore spot on that map. Hey, Dev.
Yeah. Well, look. If you want to talk about recent history for Clubhouse, FNATIC took a serious L to Empire 07 on that map. Mind you, it was a good series. It was just, I guess, FNATIC ran out of steam. So, look, most recent history is not putting FNATIC up in high regard on this map. As for the Zealous side of things, recently they won it in the Raleigh qualifiers, ANZ, against a team called Mprox, who's not particularly well known in the scene, so don't know how much stake you can put in that. And then they also played it against ACME. It's hard. They like the map. They play it. They're going to play it today. It's FNATIC and Zealous here on Clubhouse for our second best of one series for the night here in ANZ. Let's take it away.
Dev, can you stop writing ask Rizraz about shoes on my notepad, please?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'm busy writing.
Well, let's start this off. We've already seen one band go down. Capitao off the board, followed up by Deja Vu.
Yeah, Deja Vu here right now.
Which technically is not the correct meaning of Deja Vu, by the way.
All right, Mr. France. Am I working with Milosh or something? Like you're telling me how to speak languages? Anyhow, let's have a look at this defense. Oh my God,
Okay.
you're right. We're looking at a full repeat. Are you sure production hasn't shown us the VOD
I'm
of
covering
the
my
first map?
eyes right now, and it's a mirror. It's not done yet, but
There you go. All right, so these guys really just sticking with it. You know, we're going to see a lot of Maestro. Well, we're still going to have the Nomad on the table, which FNATIC really made use of on Coastline. I wouldn't be surprised if FNATIC attempt kind of late flanks, especially when defending Church downstairs, but I don't know, Zealous will have to step up and use the Nomad to prevent that or something else. They are on the attacking side. First up, no hard breach bans. Let's take it away.
what this is telling me, right, with these operator bans we're seeing coming on out, is that they're banning for what they don't want to deal with, rather than they're banning for a certain strategy in mind.
Yeah, that's fair to say. You know, I guess it's kind of, it's two-pronged, right? So with Capitao, right, you know, you ban that and it just opens up, on this map specifically, it opens up all kinds of opportunities. You know, you now actually can attempt a bandit trick on the church wall, sorry, on the cache wall. You now actually can play in blue behind the giant utility machine. The same with the Thatcher, right? Well, you now can more effectively use Kaid on the hatches, which is exactly what FNATIC will be doing. It wasn't even them who banned the Thatcher, but they'll be doing it regardless.
You know, one of the things we saw in the minor that I really liked with Kaid on this map was, I believe it was Lestream, I don't know, regardless, it doesn't matter, but they were throwing the Electro Claws one after the other on the hatch in Moto, right, and picking them back up. So it was in that perpetual state of almost being at that state of being electrified. So when the Hibana went to put the pellets on the hatch, you don't pick it up that time, and it will, you know, fully electrify before the Hibana pellets go off, and you've killed some Hibana pellets.
Interesting strategy.
It was not successful, might I just add, though. They tried it twice and it didn't work twice.
Yeah, it seems very complicated and also makes a lot of noise, but nope. Anyhow, let's head on. It's Zealous attack. They are not bringing the Jackal that we saw so much of on Coastline. Jackal's incredibly useful on this map. You really isolate the players so quickly, but you know, with Clubhouse, it's actually not too difficult to deal with those roamers even without the Jackal. So I think that's the mentality here. They're trying to play into what they think they really need. And
yeah, like you gotta drone the 3 prongs of the map, I suppose, and then also do the loop, you know, all the way upstairs and back down on the other side.
Yeah, well, a couple of pre-placed drones in the prep phase should do the majority of the work.
Yeah.
And then cutting off rotations if there are roamers isn't too difficult. Striking, playing very sneakily, but Lusty very aware of that Twitch drone potential. I think that the Twitch drone really is the key to getting rid of these Kaids, because Thatcher off the table, there's not a lot of ways that you can actually shoot those.
This looks like Striking's in for this one and Hot Shot's out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Bit of a switch up. Perhaps that'll help Zealous. You know, that's a good point. You know, Zealous weren't even playing with their starting 5, and they went 4-7 against FNATIC on Coastline. That's nothing to be scoffed at.
There's plenty of like asterisks though in the corner about FNATIC tend to lose in Pro League. Okay, you know what I mean. We've explained
Technically,
it.
they did not lose last season once.
We've explained it enough. They seem to drop points when they should pick them up.
Yeah, that's definitely a fair call. Now, speaking of dropping, it looks like this hatch is about to be taken out unless of an impact grenade can remove the Hibana pellets, but it's successful open for Nazgul. Serum also wants to attempt this church wall, but
I think he's regretting that Thatcher ban now.
Yeah, I think he's sitting here like, how do I get this? Well, nothing. The only real way to do this is throw a frag over the top, but you got to know exactly where the, oh, okay, there's all the frags gone. JC attempts with 1 and fails. So that's the end of the story, really. No opening of the church wall. I would have loved to see a Maverick here for Zealous instead of perhaps the Thermite or the Hibana. Just bring a Maverick in there. It's a great way to counter that Kaid.
I think, you know, on the first round, you don't know what bomb site they're going. You're going to need the Thermite just in case they do go for CCTV or bedroom or such. But, you know, there's 25 seconds left in the round. It's about to get spicy.
It'll be a quick storm into Arsenal for JCZ with the sledge.
They're not even aware yet.
How do FNATIC not know about this?
Now
He has to find this kill though, and that Legion doing so much work, he'll find one kill, but quickly FNATIC are replying. Not much working out for Zealous, except for the fact that they have the kid on the ground. FNATIC now with 2 players left. Still in this 1 versus 2 scenario. Nazgul's a good player and he has some decent weapons to work with, as well as a lot of open holes. However, FNATIC have a man advantage, and if they play together and double up on this position, they could definitely win this. Magna are gonna go for this spray down. Nazgul's too scared, and Aces will get no! Denied the cannon defuse, a perfect situation for Nazgul now. Does he have the information on the drone? There you go, there's a nice easy last kill. A perfect 1 versus 2 clutch for Nazgul.
Oof, that's all I got to say about that one.
Was a bit of an off moment.
It was that wall very close to the double door, not being reinforced.
I mean, these days it's not very meta to reinforce it.
Yeah.
But the key is usually that you've got someone playing either deep in Armory or you're prepared for that position and you're going to fight it from, AKs. But the big thing for me is that, even though that player, that sledge moving deep into Armory got put into that Legion mine, FNATIC didn't push and retake fast enough.
Well, it was a 2v1. They had information on Nazgul's permission, but he was in such a spot where they're like, well, we have to fight him from below. Like, do you reckon they could have tried to run up the stairs?
Maybe if both of them went up the stairs. The key for me there is that both players have to play together and play for the trade. You might see a lot of people might instinctively have one person on the diffuser and say one go for a flank, and to me that's never going to, that's very rarely going to work. It's definitely not the right choice. Either have 2 players on the diffuser, one actually, deactivating the diffuser, and the second player ready to receive any player who peeks them.
Yeah.
Or you have to go for that double flank.
Well, we're in that position where we can say they did the wrong thing, Dev.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure if it had worked, we would be praising them for it.
Yeah, it's always one of those situations, isn't it? You can be super critical of it because it didn't work, but if it works, we're like, oh, the 3 million IQ on these bad boys.
Yeah, that's why it's always important to analyze not just the what, but the how.
And the why.
That's exactly right. I feel like we're, we've got like a nice proverb quote book for us. I'll just read that out slowly. Bit of ASMR going over this.
One must become one with the Maestro camera. What? That doesn't make sense.
The evil eye, the real evil eye was the eye inside you all the time. Anyhow, it's the same defense for FNATIC, and this is the exact same trend that we've seen from them. They always know that one of the things that they do really well is adaptation.
Oof, that's going to be hard for frag grenades to take on out. You got to cook it just right. Al dente frag grenade.
Hey, JC's the one to step up to the plate. Has a nice hat, not quite a chef hat, but a beret is French, who are very well known for their cuisine.
Just not pasta.
No, not pasta. Hey, he's got the frag grenade, but he's actually going to use it to fight the player inside of Moto. He knows that he needs to push forward into Moto because FNATIC playing in there so aggressively, not being flushed out currently from the hatch, which is currently solid. Fallen back, though, as you mentioned. Bit of a better position, but JC just the 1 frag left to deal with any Kaid devices on that main wall.
They also have the Twitch on the board. They can just use that. Oh! Hello, Nazgul.
Okay, that's some information. Good job from the player below. Nazgul sucks.
I think it was Virtue.
Yeah, I don't know how Virtue knew there. I think Nazgul's a bit stunned as well. Worried that there might be a camera above him, but no Valkyrie in play. Nazgul trying to open up as much of this floor as possible, flush the players further and further back inside of the Armory.
Well, a minute on the clock. Looks like that hatch will be successfully opened, and we're going to hear the thermite charge go off for the stock hatch as well.
1 minute to go. Zealous making pretty good time. That said, push comes to shove. Nazgul's very, very low on HP. Be taken out in a pinch when it comes down to it. That said, the next step here is critical for Zealous. They do have control of Moto. They do have control of the blue stairs, but still the imminent threat of blue looms ahead of them. Striking in a great position, but he just doesn't manage enough shots onto the Maestro player. In fact, he doesn't land a single one, and Rizraz will go on to find Jam instead. Things looking a bit worrisome for Zealous at the moment. Rizraz stepping up big time, and now the push from the main stairs will be the spearhead for Zealous, and nothing's going the way of their side at the moment. FNATIC in the driver's seats.
They're just trying to force themselves into, well, a space where there's no room for them. Nazgul will be left as the last one alive, and FNATIC clean up there. But they're trying to force themselves in, but there's FNATIC are just saying, we're here, you can't come in, and just getting mowed down.
Yeah, I think that the key to this is Zealous really needs something irrefutable to step forward.
Monty.
Something that's going to just force FNATIC back and not give them a choice. But the key there is that without a Thatcher, they can't open up the church wall, which is really clearly a key point of their drop. You know, they're not got lots of smokes. If they had smokes, they would have some more versatility to work with. If they'd open up the church wall, they'd have some more versatility to work with. But not so yet.
Well, now we will be going to CCTV room, cash room. So with the Thatcher off the board, I am surprised we aren't seeing a Maverick.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. I think that even, let's say, you don't actually manage to open up the wall or remove the key devices with the Maverick, but you get some holes going and you start putting an imminent threat onto FNATIC.
Even then, especially on the wall above mini stock, you can just cade 2 lines across and it will destroy the reinforcement, which you can then open up with some soft breach.
Does that still work?
Yeah, it was done in Pro League yesterday.
There you go.
Yesterday for us, I suppose. I don't know about other people's.
Could have been, I don't know, a lot of people would be waking up in the morning at the moment. So
Yes.
yeah, yesterday for them
yesterday.
as well, or 2 days ago potentially for them. Yesterday makes sense. Nonetheless, it's a cash defense this time around, and I got to say I agree with you. Things looking good for FNATIC in terms of this denial. The wall denial, the drone denial, got the mute and the Cade in tandem to make it work this time around. There's been quite a few changes to Clubhouse with this new Phantom side update, removing a lot of those pixel angles, which primarily utilized by the defenders at the top of the catwalk. A few other spots on the map it's present too, but we'll see if that has an impact on the way FNATIC hold this defense.
Well, they have got the Twitch nearby, but the thing that denied the Twitch was the mute as well. So their only real, I suppose, concrete way to do this would be go below and use a frag grenade to open up the roof so they can shoot the Electro Claw.
Yeah, and there's no buck for that vertical play. Just the Zafir, who only has those 2 single impact grenades.
Look how long they're spending with this as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't try to get that wall open unless you have a way to counter it. And it doesn't look like that's there at the moment.
Or just do that.
Fortunately, there's a frag found for JC, so you can't guarantee those winning you rounds.
Oh, they're going to try and nade it from back here.
That's a cool idea. Does he have the placement? Right, though, and there's a great peek from Lusty. Takes out JC. That is the Cade device gone, but Lusty's just going to throw another one on. Perfect timing. And even
this
if
might
that,
get it. This might get it.
There you go. See you later, Serum. Unfortunate, and now guess what? Sledge is dead. No more frag grenades on the board. Potentially Zafir. I think a well-placed Zafir charge could destroy that Kaid, but not sure if Jam's aware of that. Oh, no, Nazgul! That's not the play, bro. That is not the play. He finds the trade, but I mean, what?
Trade off your own team kill. That was a nice shot, though, onto the Magnet running out there.
Yeah, but I mean, you know how I was saying that there's only one thing left that can destroy that Kaid charge? Well, that's gone.
Yeah.
Minute to go.
Well, it's a 3-on-3, and this is one of those situations where you're just going to have to try and force yourselves in through those choke points, which they were struggling so much with earlier.
Surely that's not going to work here. Ace is denying that position a lot, and Rizraz and Lusty as well peeking over to help. There you go, just striking left. The man who couldn't get his Twitch drones inside, now forced into these gunfights. He has a FAMAS, a good weapon for it, but
30 seconds.
No time.
Yeah. We're just waiting for it to anticlimactically end or striking to come up with a miraculous clutch. There's one. Almost got the second. He has time to reload. 20 seconds on the clock now. Dev is this time to start believing. He's coming close with those shots on Kaid, but it looks like they might just be falling back here, FNATIC.
He's going to have to jump through this window, which will be his death. Lusty waiting patiently, and
Oh.
no way! Striking finds that kill, but Rizraz there for the trade, as we know FNATIC do love to go for. There you have it. Zealous not able to get that wall open at all.
Yeah, you know, their own ban of Thatcher really hurting them right now, isn't it?
You really got to hope that Zealous can win some attacks. Defenses, because if the Thatcher ban, when you ban an operator, it's because you don't want to be playing against it, and you think that you can do well when the enemy team don't have access to it.
Like you feel like you've got your own strats for it, but they look like they have no idea what to do without a Thatcher, don't
Exactly. I mean, if you're going to forfeit this many attack rounds, you really need to be racking up your defenses. We know Clubhouse historically has been a good map for the defense. Zealous did get that first one, despite it being very sloppy. And we know how much one round on the board can make a difference in this format, best of one. Just 6 rounds guarantees you a draw.
So, back to Jim, however. No Kaid this time. No hard breach denial at all, really.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting contrast, isn't it? In fact, we've got a very mobile lineup for FNATIC. A lot of information gathering. Alibi is actually partially an information gatherer as well. She's quite unique, isn't she? She's a peek denier. She denies people from peeking through a certain angle. And that's quite unique. Oh no.
Aces can't land the shot.
There you go. Got a drone and hacked it.
Yeah.
G'day, mate.
Used all 3 pests on that though, but we now know that Catwalk's going to be super shut down from drones.
Yep. Here we have it.
This is a pretty classic FNATIC, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful position for an Alibi to play. Seen it quite a lot in the past.
Oh, there we go.
1 Prisma remaining as well, just to enable these gunfights a little bit more easily.
But yeah, just the way FNATIC like to play in Cash Room, although Jacuzzi looks like to be the first port of call here for Zealous. No denial on the board, so they shall be opening up Jacuzzi nice and early on.
That's the thing, even with Jacuzzi open, where can Zealous go from there? They can't play on that main balcony, the south side, because of cash control forfeited to FNATIC, who are holding on so very tightly.
It looks like they're just going to try and force their way in. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw someone just make their way through the breach and into bomb site.
I don't know if it'll work with 5 FNATIC players up.
Ooh.
Zealous already a man disadvantage. Actually furthering
that
that now with the sledge off the top of the table. Bit of job done from Nazgul, but these impact grenades will deny that angle into the bathroom. Potentially 1 more impact grenade, but it doesn't look like the case, and FNATIC default out of that position.
Yeah, all the way in the back of the shower. Oh no, sorry, on the other side of the shower. What do they do from here?
Is there potential for a good linchpin here, but Jam's in a tough position at the moment. He can't jump in that window. He'll be spotted out by the Alibi device for the next several seconds, and it looks like he's about to be flanked from Cash. Lusty always with that control, no doubt assisted by some Valkyrie cameras.
Could have just repelled upside down to destroy it, but then I suppose he was very worried about exposing himself. Either way, he's dead, Lusty's not, and it's a 5-on-2.
And Nazgul and Cyril both very low on HP. Nazgul, not sure what you're going about there.
And your mouse button doesn't click down properly sometimes.
Just passing the time, maybe. Yeah, not a lot of time left.
Yeah, do you reckon they're just sitting here having a bit of a timeout, you reckon?
I mean, that's what I'd like to see, honestly. If you could just forfeit this round, give yourself 60 seconds to have a chat as a team, that's more valuable than attempting fruitlessly to clutch around. But it does look like Serum and Nazgul want to try it out. The 2 hard breaches, they've got plenty of utility to work with, but I think that thermite charge is just a bait. Still, this drop will be very much audible for any players. I think the Alibi was looking... Yep, Alibi is watching that thermite. Oh no, this pre-fire will give away his position, shoots out the Alibi device as well. Virtue takes a 1.5 bullets, but Lusty on that trade. Just Nazgul left over. Can't inhale any of this smoke or he'll forfeit his life. And Rizraz with the spray through the wall. There we go. FNATIC win that round.
So, at least Zealous got the wall open that they wanted to.
I mean, that was given to them for free. Let's be honest. Like, there was never an intention from FNATIC to deny
And then they
wall.
stall out. And that's how these last 4 rounds have gone. The very first one they won because JCZ just went through a wall with a sledge and got deep in the site and they were able to plant. But the last couple, they've been like, all right, we need to open up this wall. Oh wait, it's got a Kaid on it. We banned Thatcher. We don't know what to do here, and we've lost the round.
And I guess that previous round goes to show that even when there's a specific wall or a specific obstacle that Zealous can then overcome, they don't know what they can do with that all of the time. And on that particular bomb site bedroom, it's a complicated affair. You can't just guarantee that Jacuzzi is going to give you the round.
All right then. So into round number 5.
Back downstairs this time for the last defensive FNATIC. And look, if Zealous can steal away one here.
Hold on, Dev. I might need to take away your mathematics
Sorry.
license.
3 + 1 + 1 = 5. I got it right, didn't I?
Yeah, you said the last.
I know, but I... Well, who said the last?
Well, you've passed
Who said
your...
the last? What are you talking about, Monkey?
You said last.
Hey, chat, this guy's going crazy.
I
think it's old age.
I must be. All right. Because I'm old.
Yeah, totally miles old. Anyhow, as you guys can see, we're having a rehost. It's Zealous and FNATIC rehost. There you go. That just tops it off. Yeah, so All Mate's striking is still having some issues.
Unfortunate for him is I'm assuming like he was the one that disconnected in the first place on Coastline when if you can cast your mind all that way back, and we had a bit of an extended kind of time to get back into that one. So I'm assuming that's what the problem is there again, and that's why we had hot shot play.
That's right. So who knows? Maybe Zealot just need another hot shot. I don't know. Is that too much? Is it too much of a stretch?
You're trying.
Yeah,
trying too hard.
Maybe a bit too hard.
Yeah.
And I mean, what I was going to say before I was interrupted by my maths being incorrect.
All right.
Sorry,
it's important.
Yeah, it is. Like, look, if we can get one more round out of this this attacking half, I think that's pretty good for Zealous.
Yeah, especially with Clubhouse being, traditionally defender-sided.
Yeah, plus the fact that you've got these two heavy hitters banned out on the defense. On the attack.
Yeah.
Like, both the defensive bans are good too. Don't get me wrong, Echo and Miro are great. But, you kind of go into the Pro League expecting you're going to see one or both of them banned most rounds, most games.
Can we just touch back on the Zealous? I forgot the name for a bit. I was going to say Equinox, and I was like, no, they're not called that. But
name changes.
Yeah, how they've banned Thatcher, but they really don't appear to be ready for it. Like,
yeah.
It's very interesting.
Because, Clubhouse, okay, let's talk Coastline Thatcher ban. Right? There's no real specific area where the Thatcher's super useful. The only thing I can think of is that VIP into the master bedroom wall. And we saw when Zealous were defending that site, they were so adamant about protecting that wall. They had bandit charges everywhere. They thought the push was going to come from there. And
yeah.
FNATIC never attempted to open that wall. I mean, it's like Zealous are playing for a meta that FNATIC just weren't applying for. And then moving on to a Thatcher ban here on Clubhouse, completely different equation.
Yeah.
The meta is totally about all these walls. And as soon as Zealous don't have the ability to open up, say your church wall on those downstairs defenses, completely stalled out. Same for the cash wall on the cash defense.
Yeah, it's like maybe they have an idea like that nade idea on CCTV. Like, yeah, we've seen it before. It kind of worked, but then no one was watching for JCZ getting peaked.
And like the Cade comes out and chucks another one on there. And there was a possibility, Jam could have used his lifeline to destroy that. We'll never know whether that was in his mind because he was team killed straight away by Nazgul.
Well, I'm guessing what happened is someone's given the call, oh, run out. He sees that barricade getting opened up. He just lets loose and, that's a team kill.
But we can't roast Nazgul too hard because the one round that his team's got so far was on the back of him and JCZ. JC got the entrance into Armory, and then
he got the 1v2.
We got the 1v2 clutch.
Yeah.
I don't know. Next up, going back downstairs, it's the K that Zealous are really struggling with.
So what, do you reckon maybe in future matches they should think about banning him, not banning Thatcher, or just coming up with alternate strategies? Like, there are some out there.
Yeah, I think it's just, it's a matter of really nailing away these, destroying the K charges in unconventional ways, not with the Thatcher. Zofia can do it. Ash can do it. Grenades can do it.
Yeah,
you just
Twitch
need to nail it. Twitch cannot do it effectively, is what Zealous is demonstrating. In this case, FNATIC are too ready for it. Zealous aren't. And here we are back into the round. It's back downstairs. See a similar lineup on the defensive side, if not the exact same. And for the first time, a new hard breach emerges.
Maverick. Yes. Finally. Although, where are they going to use him, though?
Well, on the church wall. You can do it anywhere.
They've got 3 hard breaches. It's not like they're
Never mind, Monkey. Never mind. Also to note is we looks like Zealous have brought us a hot shot. I don't know. I can't
Come
make
on,
that
Dev.
work.
You could have used that so much better.
I'm sorry. It's just like it was nothing was striking me.
Oh. I was going to say something similar too.
Oh well, you gotta be quicker on the uptake, mate. Here we go. So change up for Zealous. For the first time, we are seeing them bring some smoke grenades. This in the hands of the Jackal. So not only will they be able to roam clear very effectively, allowing them more time for the execute. Not that FNATIC were roaming at all. They will also be able to go for some smoke plants or you know, smoke off angles and make an entry, which you know, pending not being able to open up some of these important positions, the smoke will definitely help.
See, we're only... I suppose we're seeing it with all the information in front of us here because we've got the outlines and such. But maybe Zealous are thinking that what's slowing them down isn't the fact they can't open the wall. You know, I think that sounds a lot dumber than it did in my head. But
so what are you saying that they think it is?
well, they've brought the Jackal. Are they worried about roamers now?
What if they just got rid of the Hibana for a Maverick? They would have dirt open by now with 1 hole. Even if they don't want to push that, that's only 1 canister. You've got 6 canisters, right? 5 in the pocket, 1 in the device, and then it's only 2.5 per each hatch, right?
I'm trying to justify it in some way, Dev.
I don't know. Like, I think the Jackal's a good pick, but not picking the Maverick is worse.
But what is the Jackal bringing them? It's not like there's any...
Smokes. That's it.
Bring someone else.
Who, Gridlock? You can see I can see a Gridlock on this side.
How about Glaz, maybe? Something that's a blunt force that can get him into an objective.
I don't know. These days, I think a lot of people are shying away from Glaz on that recent nerf.
With the nerf, yeah.
Montaigne, though, would have been a nice touch.
And that smokes, yeah.
Still also no IQ, so... Those KE charges, if we had an IQ who could locate them and then follow up with a sledge or a Zafir lifeline charge, that'd really be a great way to deal with that KE. But, okay, here's the frag grenade. Where on earth was that going? Pretty sure it was caught by an ADS.
It went into the void.
Yeah, we consistently see JC wasting frag grenades. You know, there you go.
And yep.
That's both grenades gone, and
Swing and a miss.
Those walls still nice and sparkly. So, FNATIC feeling very comfortable. Like, let's say that they remove the Kaid charges. FNATIC still going to impact trick. There needs to be something drastically different here for Zealous.
And yeah, we're not seeing much, are we? There's so many things they could do as well, which is probably the thing that's tilting me the most about this.
I don't want to be too negative here, because
Yes.
we've seen great things from Zealous, and don't get me wrong, they are not a bad team.
Yeah.
But they have been completely defanged at the moment by themselves and by their opponents. If they had a Capital, maybe they'd be able to get control of blue. It's
Yeah.
not that hard. You've got the Capital, a couple of firebolts down there, should clear out any player in this position Hotshot's trying to deal with. But for the very first time, we see some kind of virtue for Zealous. It's the first frag from Nazgul.
And a second by JCZ as Lusty exposes himself. That time that wall's reinforced, but not further down. It's going to allow JCZ to make the exact same push. Oh, but he can't land his shots, putting us into a 2-on-2 as more frags had rained down elsewhere. In fact, it is just up to Jam. Oh, he has found Magnet, however, but with 5 seconds, he's going to try and stick this diffuser plant. Aces surely just going to push on up here. Wait for the timer to reach 0, and Jam, just stick it, bro.
Yeah, you don't really lose anything other than KD by sticking it, but I guess for some players, you know, staying alive and that last little bit of keeps them going, I guess.
There's always that chance that Aces clicks and the SMG-11 recoil just takes them all the way up to the sky or something like that.
Do you know how when you're having an argument with someone really, really stubborn, and even when they're wrong, they have to have the last word? That's what that is. When you're like, you're not gonna let them have the satisfaction of getting the kill. You're like, nope, not at all. I'm just gonna get off the plan. Lose anyway. Losing on my terms.
You hear that, Jam? You're too stubborn.
Hey, you know, stubbornness really gets you places sometimes. So, Hey, I used to know Jam pretty well. He's a good lad. He's been a very good player in the past for some previous teams, and I guess for Zealous overall, it's just still missing something. And finally, we saw the Maverick teased last round, but
This time they've stuck it.
yeah, it takes us all the way to the final round of the half. For
Well,
Zealous to cling on.
I feel really bad because I feel like I'm just harping on about how the Zealous are just being bad. But I really think they're good. You know, we all know that they're great players and can perform. It's just sometimes you're in a match and you can't get that perspective on what needs to happen.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and that's why we've seen, you know, so often those tactical timeouts on LAN incredibly helpful for teams. And you know, you can when you're in an online match like this, you know, there's nothing stopping coaches from being in the chat with the teams. Nothing to stop the coaches from actually watching the live stream, which is on a delay from the players actually playing. But you can still gather more information. So perhaps that's exactly what Zealous need right now. You know, if FNATIC aren't doing too well, I'm sure they'll have Dizzle in their ear after a couple of rounds. If Zealous had someone doing that, it might help them solve a lot of issues. Maybe they do. Maybe I'm not giving them credit. If
Maybe,
they do, I'm sorry.
Maybe there is something that we cannot see, though, Dev. Like,
It's possible.
to give him the benefit of the doubt. Although
No way.
Lusty
Again?
can see JCZ. It looks like in a very similar spot, even though they can just get the wall opened with the...
This is a very difficult position. You can no longer stand on a wall, repelled, and not get hurt by the
electric.
by the electricity. I don't know. By the KU charge. So Nazgul's going to take a lot of damage if he tries this. Maybe he hasn't tried it since the new Phantom Side update.
He's going to try it upside down.
Very difficult. He can stand here upside down, but
You're
he's
exposed.
to getting shot at, and
It
FNATIC
loses more damage.
very well know this. Impact grenades as well attempting to be expended. And here's another play going down. FNATIC looking to be very comfortable in this half. Just 3 players left, and Nazgul's a hair's breadth away from falling as well. All of the FNATIC players untouched.
Yes, indeed. What's the plan here for Zealous?
There's actually no key charge on that wall, is there? There you go. The last one goes out onto the construction wall. Nazgul goes down. I was about to say hot and cold, but that's definitely not hot and cold. Hotshot attempting to open that wall, but it's not going to happen. Still just 2 players left for Zealous.
Virtue just wants to take this fight and...
If anyone's going to do it, he's the one.
Oh yeah, for sure. But a minute to go. Alright, there's one. I was about to say 2 on 5, but 2v4. As Jam once again stubbornly not letting me say something, and Virtue to get his 3rd for the round.
Yeah, he's good at this, isn't he? Finding those kills, but Jam finds another one. Easy trade. From Lusty, no Claymore on that window. Allows Lusty to safely jump out and secure the half. 5-1. FNATIC looking much more dominant. And I guess I have a question for you, Monkey Fist. Your prediction for map number 1 was 7-3, but Zealous got an extra round on you. Showed us a 7-4. If we head now into this map and it's FNATIC 7-2, does that make you correct on average?
Well, it reminds me of a joke, but...
Not a joke you can say on broadcast?
No, it's
Not
fine.
a joke
It's
you
just
say on broadcast?
long-winded, too much of a tangent.
Alright, so a bit like my casting.
I'll tell you about it later.
Alright, yeah, okay. You guys on the stream, you just have to imagine it.
Yeah, it's a pretty good joke.
I'll
It's
tell you
about
about-
averages.
I'll tell you about it tomorrow, once Monkey fills me in. Alright, so kicking it off in first round of attack for FNATIC, and what do we see? The Maverick.
The Maverick,
The
and they are
Maverick.
going CCTV, so they might attempt the same thing, or at least a similar thing to what we saw. Was it Nazgul on the Maverick do last round?
And look, you might be able to make it work. Yeah, it's a risk, but at the very least, I've got to say, open up ankle level holes all the way along, and then just leave it there if you can. And have someone on the rappel. You can at the very least deny players from being inside that area, even if you can't enter from there.
And that's what we were seeing in NA. There's someone always rappelling just on the edge of mini stock, and holding that angle as the Maverick went down.
Yes. So, Serum as well bringing the K. Looks like Zealous will attempt something similar to what we saw from FNATIC. Bandit, though, instead of... I'm not sure what else we saw from FNATIC, but Bandit guess it could work out. For FNATIC, the Cade was plenty of wall denial.
It seems like Serum's not exactly sure what he wants to do with these electro claws as well. Like, he put them in one spot, changed his mind. Now he's just thinking about tossing one to Garage, changed his mind.
It's funny, isn't it? Because, you know, Cade was such a staple for FNATIC, and yet Zealous still a bit unsure of it. They do have quite a heavy downstairs presence, which FNATIC are now aware of. FNATIC do have the buck, which indicates they may well be interested in opening up the floor.
How they can do it a bit safer, I suppose. Just stand while you do it.
From the top?
Yeah, do the top by just standing and
That's
reaching up, yeah.
That's very true.
So they've got one side opened up now. Before Magnet does this bottom one, he wants Virtue here to cover, take out any bandit charges. There goes the Rio.
Took us 6 rounds until we saw it. I guess, you know, nearly 7. But FNATIC have figured out that with no Thatcher, it's almost like they ban the Thatcher, you know? This is what you see. A team bans an operator and has a very specific, cheeky strategy to counter what would typically be used against that operator. But FNATIC are the ones with that preparation in this case.
Yeah, they have slowed things down now, waiting for what Zealous's response will be. And, well, I'm assuming pushing on the opposite side of the map as well. Yes, as we can see from the silhouettes. That is correct. Rizraz. Crouch walking Doki B. You can hear the drones. That's what he was waiting for. Drone support just to check all his corners.
Moving into construction as well. All this wall denied in from the construction. The Maverick could poke a few holes in there, deal some damage. I believe that's the play for Magnet in this round. May well find a Valkyrie on the other side who wants to toss a C4 over the top, I think that is, and Nazgul finds that kill onto Magnet. Maverick down now. Good progress for Zealous, but it may well be too little too late.
Well, they do have the man advantage, but 45 seconds. FNATIC will have to push into this site soon, and you know, maybe their suffering is something similar to what they felt on Hookah.
Oh, and the smoke is going to be a real key for Zealous at the moment, denying that time, as you said. FNATIC short on that at the moment, but a good frag grenade will take down one player, not the player that Virtue wanted, but is one nonetheless. Aces with a double kill with the 5.56. So much work done from that open wall of Cash. Just hot shot left, and he's not enough of a hot shot to save the round. It's match point for FNATIC.
Yeah, Lusty's just going to snake his way on in, and oh, nice shot. Well, they knew where he was. So, just got a pre-fire. He was pretty well trapped there, wasn't he? Like, I suppose he didn't know that there was 2 over in construction, so he couldn't push all the way up into CCTV.
This will have to be a mother of a retake now from Zealous. You know, we're looking at FNATIC guaranteed a draw on the cusp of their previous win, looking to be the double win here, and I don't even know if we'll get another round on Zealous. The Castle, though, and Vigil indicating a very different strategy to be applied. No longer a Kaid. No, okay. Give me a second, Nazgul says. No. Oh, so much uncertainty here from Zealous. That's all I can say that indicates to me.
Were they really maybe not expecting Clubhouse to come out from FNATIC, perhaps?
It's so hard to call. I mean, I feel like, you know, Zealous straight off the gate, the ban phase got rid of Cafe. So they clearly haven't prepared enough on the new map. And then Coastline was one that they clearly had a decent Coastline, you know, going 7-4 against FNATIC. But Clubhouse, like you're saying, doesn't seem to be their play. Here we go though, FNATIC on the potentially last attack round. If they can secure it. Zealous have been struggling. Oh, that's a nice camera. Does in fact attach to that wall. Good information onto the outside. JCZ is a bit certain of that. What are you doing?
He's
not happy with it.
Pretending he's got wall hacks or aim lock.
He's not happy with that one.
He's just keeping his wrist warm.
Oh wow, that was a very swift. He was attempting a spawn peek or just checking for a spawn peek. I guess it's a safe way to do so. Just a waste of a camera, I guess, for Serum. In this case, though, FNATIC in the driver's seat on match point.
Right, looks like Magnet's going to do the exact same thing, but this time there's mute jammers, so we can do the bottom first, no problemo.
Is it better to do the bottom first or the top? Isn't it better to do the top first?
Well, I don't think it makes much difference.
No, I guess it doesn't. I don't know.
It's like
I would have
you
thought you'd
thought
be more
about it and
exposed if you
dismissed
do
it.
the. I guess it would. I thought you would have been more exposed if you did the top second, but nonetheless, FNATIC doing their due diligence, opening up
It's
plenty
more
of
of
opportunities.
because there's a mute jammer instead of like an electric part. Either doesn't matter in that case.
Yeah, I get you. But that's the full wall now turned soft. For those who are unaware, this is a feature that's been in the game for I believe since Maverick was introduced, right? You can open, you essentially unreinforces a wall. I guess a way to think about it, right, is you're actually, you're removing all of the points of support that the wall has, so it can't sustain itself and it falls apart. But the soft wall's still there, so you need a soft breacher like Buck.
Well, Rizraz is going to just be holding this flank and find the headshot onto Serum. I don't know if he was trying to play off of an information with the Valkyrie cameras, but either way, he's in the grave. Rizraz takes a shot too.
Yeah, this is a systematic take from FNATIC of the garage. They've opened up from that main wall outside. They've opened up the reinforced wall, but there are a lot of players in here, far more than FNATIC realized, and they've done some serious work now. Diffuser still not taken by FNATIC as well, sitting outside of the garage, and they've lost some serious capabilities with those two players off the board.
Yeah, Nazgul using a melee hole to get a kill, and then Aces not having the full amount of information. Lusty, however, will find Jam, and Virtue very close there.
Going for the frag grenade, I don't think this will find a kill. As the players retreated into storage, but Magnet looking to pinch now, and he'll find that kill. Excellent pinch work from FNATIC. Excellent coordination.
What a twist.
Yep, does put the round on its head now, but no time left. It's continually the enemy of FNATIC, and Hotshot with the smoke will prevent any kind of entry from Magnet. It'll have to be a blitz in the last few seconds.
And JCZ still on up, but he hasn't landed his shots, and now the plant's going down. Can he get across? No, Magnet!
That's the perfect saving grace. That's the plant going down. Everything's looking good for FNATIC. Just Hotshot left. He can jump over it. Can't even secure that first kill onto FNATIC. And there we have it. The double win here tonight, with FNATIC stealing home 6 points in Playday number 1.
And that was a clean sweep from FNATIC as well. They lost the first one, but the remaining 7 rounds, they won in a row.
An effective 6-0. An excellent work. In the scenario of not having a Thatcher or a Capital available, FNATIC have made an exemplary demonstration of how to deal with Clubhouse.
Yeah, and I suppose, you know, it's a bit of a revenge tour, I suppose. Like, yes, we got 7-0'd by Empire, but wait till you come to ANZ, guys.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe FNATIC have been putting some serious work into Clubhouse. You know, we were saying that it might be a bit of a risk for FNATIC, but clearly they put some work into it post Milan and doing pretty well.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you. So I really, the one thing that we've been hammering on about was just Zealous's inability to deal with a bunch of reinforced walls. So I really don't have much that I really want to ask Rizraz coming up, except I suppose, I don't know, do you have any ideas?
I guess we can look ahead, right? You know, coming into overall the whole season, you know, FNATIC very rarely talk about the other teams in the ANZ Pro League. They're always talking about, you know, what they're worried about internationally, that they want to make top 4, that they want to make top 2. But I just want to know, really, like, what do FNATIC, you know, are there teams that they worry about? You know, they lost in the 6 Oceanic Cup, our national tournament, a decent amount of money on the line, and they lost in the grand final to Orgless, who took away the lion's share of the prize pool. Are FNATIC worried? Because I think that we definitely have some upcoming ANZ teams who can put a fight to FNATIC.
Yeah, we'd definitely have to agree with you, especially if FNATIC are doing that hide strats kind of mentality.
Well, we've seen if you do that, sometimes you don't get a shot at making finals. You know, G2 experienced that.
I wasn't going to name him, but yeah, we were all thinking
Everyone talks about G2, right? First half of the Season 9 of Pro League, they were really worried. They wanted to win Invitational, and they did.
Yeah.
But they lost a lot of those matches in the lead up to it. But then post-Invitational, Pengu himself said it, they had no excuse, and they didn't make the cut for Milan because they just hadn't done enough work, unfortunately, for them. FNATIC, I think that it would be horrible to see them go the same route.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's likely. You know, they've had a great win here.
I was going to say, they just won.
This is seed 1 in the Pro League versus seed 8 in
Yeah.
the Pro League. This is, in theory, on paper, going to be the most disparity we would ever see.
Yeah, but that's on paper. You know, whatever happens in the server happens in the server.
Yeah, I still think that when it comes down to it, you know, FNATIC have their work cut out for them this season. Why don't you have a chat to Rizraz now in this interview?
All right, thank you very much there. Rizraz, another victory, 7-1. This time pretty convincing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good.
Is that all? Is that all?
That's all. I think I did my aim training on aces on the last map.
Oh, yeah.
And coming into that one, I was warmed up, ready to go.
Yeah, now, one thing we really noticed from Zealous, well, I suppose Dev and I harped on about it for a bit, was that Zealous were having a lot of trouble with, you know, the main reinforced wall, opening it up. Like, your Kaid was just bamboozling them at every step. Any thoughts into that?
That was our plan. Once we understood that they were doing that, and they were kind of emergency running into the armory, we kind of locked that down a little bit more. But the whole idea with that was to just make sure they didn't get that church wall open. It was a success.
And was that anything like off to do of their Thatcher ban? Like that was just as much as confusing to us. Like they were banning the Thatcher, and they were struggling with the Kaids.
A little bit, yeah. We watched VODs and we noticed that Thatcher was banned continuously, and we kind of built that off the Thatcher ban. It helps with the Thatcher ban, but we do it without. Well, we prepared without the Thatcher ban, but yeah.
Yeah, and so you know, you guys last time you played Clubhouse against Empire didn't go so well. Is this a bit of a revenge kind of in that kind of sense?
A little bit. It would be a lot nicer to beat Empire on Clubhouse, but we'll take what we can get for now until we can face Empire on Clubhouse again and beat them there.
All right, thank you very much, Rizraz. Well, that is all the questions that I have. Once again, wait, sorry, I forgot one. Dev wanted me to ask you about shoes.
No, please don't go there, guys. Let's not talk about it.
Yeah, no. I was going to end it. Yeah, once again, any final words to your fans or maybe to mum at home?
Yeah, of course. Big thanks to mums and dads for they support me throughout this career. As weird as it was when I told them when I wanted to be a gamer, but they've supported me for quite a while. And again, huge thank you to all our fans. I know a lot of you stayed up through the AMs to watch our game, and we really appreciate that.
No worries. Thank you very much, Rizraz. Yeah.
Yeah, great to hear from Riz again.
Don't sound so salty.
No, sorry, I wasn't so salty. I was just thinking about the fact that you put me on the spot with the shoes thing. I mean, you're making me look bad in front of Rizraz.
Okay, all right. Go write it in your diary.
Yeah, I will later on. That's what this is for. I gotta say though, hats off to FNATIC. You know, they really do welcome the international audience. And, you know, we are on the Rainbow Six channel for the first time for a normal ANZ Pro League Playday. G'day to all our new viewers. I hope that we're bringing you something a little bit new and different. Hopefully we're showing more people what happens in our local scene. You know, that's just one match so far, just 2 different teams. And I think FNATIC have, you know, welcomed the international following that they've gathered from their previous overseas events. But next on the plate is Orgless and Powerplay's Seed 2 versus Seed 7 in the Pro League after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. And we're back. It's the Rainbow Six Pro League Season 10. We're back here at ANZ. I'm Dev. This is Monkey. We got another show for you. 2 more teams stepping up to the plate. This time, it's Orgless and Power Plays.
Who's batting?
Who's batting? Batter up? That's an American thing. This is ANZ.
Okay.
What do we do?
Who's bowling?
Tennis? Yeah, cricket. I think we'll go with cricket. All right. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
All right. Orgless.
Let's go. Tell me about it.
Tell me about
this match. Tell me about Orgless. Tell me about Power Players.
Orgless, number 2 team in ANZ. There's their names up on the screen for you. Few interesting storylines here, isn't there? Especially with that one down the bottom, a few people might recognize.
Yeah, that's right. Neo Fighter, as I like to point out, he is the only former FNATIC player. He played with them during their period about a year ago, all the way through the Paris Major, through Season 7 finals at Atlantic City. He's been with them for quite a while and then got dropped off, and now he's rejoined his former team, which he actually was on a very long time ago. Reunited again.
Neo Fighter was on the, I don't know, it's hard to call it the same roster when there's literally no one on their roster, but it evolved over the years to be in today's roster it was. But Neo Fighter was on this roster at the very first ANZ LAN we ever had.
Yeah, you were casting that one. I remember watching it. It was an intense best-of-5 series, one of the longest I've ever seen.
Yes.
Yeah, so Orgless, what do we know about this team? We know that they have been consistently the top of ANZ for a long time, just underneath FNATIC. We know that most recently in the national tournament, the Six Oceanic Cup, they actually defeated FNATIC in the best-of-3 grand final and claimed the prize of the champions of ANZ. That's nothing to scoff at. We know they're the second-best team in ANZ. They went to APAC finals, but they couldn't make it past Xavier. But who are their opponents? A team which we've seen time and time again in the Pro League, but always with a bit of a struggle. It's Power Plays.
They seem to be that team that always gets relegated just to make it back.
That's right.
Like, they're the perpetual, well, wooden spoon?
I guess so, but and yet they always keep coming back. And that's the thing, like, coming into the Challenger League this season, Power Plays had a very strong showing. And, coming off last season of Pro League, I think not many people were expecting that. I think Power Players was the one team in the Pro League which was always expected to be at the bottom. And I hate to say that, but just looking at the standings throughout the entire of last season, there was a lot of a fight for the mid placements, and Power Players was never really in that.
Yeah, and like even during Challenger League, they had a few moments of struggle, I suppose. Like, it's for a team that you'd expect to be lower tier of the Pro League, or like, the worst team in ANZ, if you want to call it that.
Pro League.
Yeah.
Still in Pro League, like, that's pretty good, but yeah.
But they still struggled through Challenger League. I think the problem with these guys is that they're not bad players. It's just, once again, they're a team that sometimes doesn't show up.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That said, we've seen some iterations more recently, some improvements to the roster, or I guess roster changes. Improvements, I guess, is a bit more subjective. But, last season we saw Mangoes introduced into the roster. It was in the later half of the season. And I've got to say, I thought Power Plays looked quite good with Mangoes. He seems to be, originally I thought he was, quite a specific kind of player. He was always going to be trying to play not necessarily fragging roles, but flex fragging roles.
Yeah.
But we've seen him a lot on things like your smoke and your other roles, and it looks like I think Power Plays are starting to develop a roster with a lot of versatility in each player that they have on there. Yeah,
well, I was talking to Bundy the other day about their roles, and he surprised me by saying Mangoes is their IGL. I really did not think he that would be the case. I thought it would probably be someone like Ocean Man or even Bundy himself. But no, it's Mangoes. Yes, he plays fragging roles. Yes, he probably gets the most frags out of the whole team, but he's also the IGL.
A very consistent player. Now let's have a look at where we'll see these two teams clash. It's been a bit of a ride for these guys, both of them recently playing in the ANZ Raleigh qualifiers. So let's have a look at first couple bans. Border and Villa off the table. You said we were going to go to Villa. So.
I did say we were going to go to Villa. That's what I was expecting. But Orgless think Power Plays are too good on it.
I guess so, or they want to hide it. Like, it could be a bit of a FNATIC situation. On the case of Power Plays, we won't be seeing Border, so let's keep rolling in through these. Got a couple more to go. Cafe, unfortunately. Come on, guys. Give it to me. No Clubhouse, fortunately. Bank Coastline. It's Consulate where we end up on. A map where Orgless are certainly no strangers to. They've been very good on Consulate for quite some time. Defeated FNATIC in the Six Oceanic Cup finals on Consulate. This is a strong map for the roster.
Yeah, Consulate is, of course, a very strong map for Orgless. But I don't know. I didn't think we were going to end up here. I thought we were going to end up on Villa, which would be a very neutral map between the two teams.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Orgless not so keen on that for whatever reason. They played at previous LAN events and had a decent performance, but hey, here we are. So I'm just happy we're not seeing the same maps again. So no club, no coastline.
Yeah.
Consulate it is. And another map where I think that the operator bans really can have a significant impact on what we actually see play out.
Yeah, we definitely have to agree with you. Do you reckon we're going to be seeing much of the new bomb site as it is?
Yeah, well, FNATIC is the main team in ANZ that have shown us the new bomb site.
Yeah.
Orgless, though, are a team known for, and I don't mean this in any kind of negative way, but they do similar things to FNATIC. Like, they follow in their footsteps. I think that's not the right way to say
I like to say they're a team that doesn't like experimenting. They just want to do the tried and true. Yeah.
I don't know. I can kind of see that. One thing I will say is about Orgless on this map is they love their Nomad. So
yes.
I got to say, if power players want to be going for any of those retakes, any of those flanks, they'll need to be banning that when we head into the map.
Yeah, well, overall, though, we are expecting this to be a pretty Orgless-sided map, right?
Yeah, that's right. I think, once again, we're on a... Oh, here we go. Community vote, 80-20. So, yeah, that's what the community reckons as well. Yeah, I got to agree. 80-20 is probably a good split. I wouldn't tilt it any more in favor of Orgless because this is a best of one, and we always do have a chance to see those upsets.
Yeah, always can happen. A few bullets here or there, a few C4s tossed in the right direction, and things are going south.
Yeah, that's right. So, interestingly, it's a 0% for the draw. That's something that surprises me a lot. I think a lot of people are going to be thinking that a draw is more likely than a power player's victory.
Yes. I had to think about that for a moment, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, let's say you're a power players, you trust in power players, you think they've been a good team in the past, had some good performances, but you know Orgless is a good team.
Yeah.
You're going to say, oh, well, maybe Orgless will come up, but power players will steal it to a draw.
Yeah.
Or something like that. But no, it's actually a whole 20 for power players is actually, I'm good. You guys got some fans out there. I got to say, like that's doing pretty well.
Yeah, definitely would have to agree. So I would have to agree with you. Interesting that no one went for a draw is that it is probably just people voting with their hearts. Yeah,
I feel like a lot of the time the community vote is a heartfelt vote.
Heartfelt vote. I like that.
Yeah. Hey, so what are we going to be seeing here? It's Consulate. Look, we've seen it time and time again for Orgless. We've seen a few different things. You mentioned the newer bomb sites. And we have the new operators as well. I personally think Mozzie is actually a great operator on Consulate. A lot of narrow hallways where his pests will cover a larger area. Anything?
I suppose what I was thinking, like the next thing that we'd be talking about would be potential operator bans. I want to go deep in on that. Which, are we going to see a Mozzie ban? Probably not.
If anything, I feel like Nomad might be banned by power players. Depends whether they, because, it's something you mentioned earlier tonight. You have different kinds of attitudes you might see with teams going into the operator bans. One way to think about it is, okay, what do my opponent usually do? We've studied this team. We know that they use this operator well. We're going to ban that. But sometimes, like from what we saw with Zealous, it's we want to play our defenses without this specific operator, Thatcher. So we're going to ban that one, not necessarily taking into account the opponent. And then
shoot their own foot.
Yeah. So, hey, I don't know, a bit of a mix. If power players have done their research, I do think a Nomad ban would be good. If they want to play into it.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you. As for other operator bans, attacking, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another Capitao ban. He is becoming really, really strong.
Yeah. That's the thing about the Capitao, right? We haven't seen it once tonight. Banned out consistently by FNATIC. And it just changes the nature of a lot of positions now, doesn't it? Well, let's talk about, on Consulate, you've got those yellow stairs on that top floor defense. A heavy point of contention in the meta, internationally at the moment, especially at these global events. It's all about, can you get your smoke/Jaeger player to stay on those stairs as long as possible? Got to weave on through, got to get back into the bathroom, go back further down, dodge those grenades, get those ADSs going.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, Capitao kind of breaks that a little
Yeah.
bit. If it's used right, you know, it can just turn the whole floor into lava.
Yeah, especially with his latest buff or the update to how his fire spreads. It's been, yeah, rather effective.
So, hey, if we see a Capital ban, it'll give a lot more freedom to positions like that. Who knows, though? Sometimes we see a hard breach ban on Consulate. That Thermite often cops it because historically Consulate's been a map where it's like, well, it's got these two really good bomb sites. The top floor and the bottom floor. The bottom floor, you really need the Thermite to open up that garage. The top floor, you don't want him at all, but you just bring that Thermite every round just in case they head downstairs. We ban the Thermite, and it's really kicks out any teams that have the crutches where they need the Thermite to execute their take.
Yeah, we've seen teams decide to do a back take rather than try and open up garage. Just leave it alone.
And mixed success as well.
Yes.
Some teams make it work, some teams don't. Darksided, now known as Mind Freak in the ANZ Pro League, a team that would really consistently just bring a Hibana. In previous seasons, we would rarely see a Thermite come out of them as much as we'd see a Hibana. These days, they brought it out a lot more, especially on this map. But, like, you know, even teams that are used to that, I feel like you can't risk it on this map if you're not going to bring the Thermite, if it's available. So, if you think you're going to be able to do well with just a Hibana, just a Maverick for hard breach, you know, go ahead and ban it. Anyhow, let's have a look now. It's Orgless versus Power Plays heading into map number 1 in this double best of 1 series. Let's take it away.
All right. Who's starting which web? What?
We know our stuff or something.
Orgless, yes.
It's like we know our stuff or
Nomad
something.
and Capital ban. Or we didn't talk about the defense bans. What if we did? We would have said Maestro.
Yeah,
and
obviously. It's almost like we know our stuff, right? Man, I love being correct sometimes because you know it doesn't happen every day, so I gotta savor it when it happens.
I was gonna say Valkyrie, but I just let
Sure
you talk
were.
instead.
Sure you were. It's always easy to just let me talk.
Yeah. I could go
really
home.
You really need a gag to get me to stop. So yeah, the Valkyrie, I feel like a lot of people would say that's a predictable ban on Consulate.
Yes.
The way that you can utilize her cameras, especially outside, a lot of nice places to throw her and enable some runouts. Just get rid of that. Give yourself a bit more flexibility on the attacking side.
Yeah, well, Bundy is going to be picking up the dock for the cog, same as Ocean Man.
Love the way you say the cog.
Oh, it's just abbreviated, you know.
Yeah, just abbreviated, just the Aussie way. So yeah, 2 ACOGs on this top floor defense. A castle, something I've seen a lot brought out by Power Plays. On the attacking side, though, it is Gridlock to be the highlight operator. An operator that's going into the season I had not expected that we would see a lot of play.
Yeah, I really didn't think we'd be seeing much, well, if any at all.
Yeah, I thought that we'd see a decent amount of Mozzie, but Gridlock would be a slow operator to adopt. I felt like she had some potential, especially with her kit, but it would take a while for us to head there. Nonetheless, it's this top floor defense first up, and we can see a heavy presence already on the yellow stairs. That rotation hole into the bathroom prepared. A lot of ADSs as well as Mute Jammer to assist prevent some of that drone work. Power Plays look to be placing a lot of stake in this top floor area.
Yes, also, that's an interesting rotate combined with the castle barricade. Don't know if you quite saw that one, Dev.
I didn't. Please reiterate.
So it's one of the walls into connector. They've blown it open on the...
Ah, yes.
Yeah,
I think I know what you mean.
And they've put a castle up, so...
So, like, it's straight into the big... I don't know what you call it.
Like the
foyer.
center room?
Yeah, that foyer area.
Like
so, like,
reception?
Is it like... By the way, we're having a rehost, guys, if you didn't notice. You can read the chat on screen. The players are talking about it. We'll be back in a few minutes. So, talking about this castle barricade, the doorway inside of connector.
Yeah.
And then immediately to the right of that, if you're in connector. Was that it? The rotate
immediately
hole?
to the right when you're in connector, yes.
Yeah.
It was opened up.
I've actually never seen that.
What angle are they trying to shut down, though?
Yellow stairs?
Maybe?
No. It's no. I know what it is. It's the rappel over meeting or projector from those windows all the way through to yellow stairs. You can get an angle through that doorway.
Yep, potentially.
Yeah, there you go. I think that's what it is.
Or I was thinking maybe also someone rappelling on connector window towards bathroom. But
yep, that's another one. Maybe it's a 2-for-1 trick.
They might still be able to get an angle. I'm not you know, it's not something I've ever considered.
Yeah, I actually, that's a really good point. I've never seen that castle barricade used like that.
So some innovation.
Yeah, I love it. Is it going to change the whole meta? Is it going to blow everything out of proportion? Probably not. But it may well give them a round, and sometimes that's all you need.
You know me, I hate castle as an operator.
Yeah, it's because you're an Ash main.
Oh, no.
And,
Why would you say such lies about me?
man, don't play rank with this guy.
No, I don't play Ash anymore.
He
I've
doesn't
moved
play
on.
ranked either.
I've moved on.
Twitch main now?
Yes.
You've graduated?
No, let me say my piece.
All right.
And then you can harass me.
I'm sorry. Never condemn a man for his operator picks.
Mom!
Sorry, please go.
All right. Where was that? Castle. I just don't like the concept of him. Like, of course, you know, I don't play at a top tier level anymore.
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 You played for the number 3 ANZ team?
Yeah, but
About 4 years ago?
doesn't count.
It really doesn't.
Yeah. So you know, it's not. It's an operator that you really have to use in a very coordinated manner, which can still be a double-edged sword. Like, I really feel like his negatives outweigh his positives.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's completely situational, and I think you agree with me. Like, there is a lot of situations where a castle barricade can absolutely be a benefit.
Yeah.
But castle barricades can also absolutely be a hindrance to the team, and that's why I consider him like a high skill level operator. You know, you could say the same thing about a smoke grenade. Right? A smoke grenade can be incredibly detrimental to your team. If you're trying to cover an angle to help your teammate go for a plant and there's a smoke grenade right in front of you, you can't see anything. But if you use that smoke grenade to your advantage, it's going to work perfectly.
Yeah, that's a good point.
A lot of utility in this game can be a double-edged sword. It's just that Castle's obviously got a high skill ceiling. High skill entry point, I guess?
Yeah.
Curve. Steep skill curve.
Learning curve.
Learning curve.
Yeah.
All that. Anyhow, talking about it in this scenario, look, power players are used it a ton. I used to see them on border. Downstairs when they were defending like vents and such, they would play a castle on the waiting room double door, you know, where that default camera is downstairs, and play, you know, a mirror window looking into towers. They would play in customs and the castle barricades all over the place. The biggest problem for me about a castle barricade isn't necessarily about how it can be a detriment to your team, but it's what happens if you rely on the castle barricade being intact, and then suddenly a sledge or an ash charge comes by and removes it.
Yeah.
Castle.
That's something that someone was saying to me. I can't remember exactly who, but teams in ANZ sometimes treat castle barricades like they're reinforcements.
And they can't be. Not unless you protect them really well, but it's very difficult to do that. That said, you know, that one in connector that we saw on this map, a couple of ADSs could keep that pretty safe.
It's got potential, I give it that.
I reckon we got to see like a sledgehammer with like a really long extension that can smack it from the outside window.
The extendo hammer.
The extendo hammer, new operator concept, going right to you. Or what about like the Mjolnir? Is that how you say it?
From Thor.
From Thor's hammer, yeah. So if you can
throws it in through a connector window.
Yeah, good. Like if Sledge gets like an ultimate ability, I would love to see that.
All right.
And a second elite skin, Thor Sledge.
Thor Sledge. I'm sure we'd have to enter into a few copyright talks here, Dev.
Hey, look, Thor is I'm not referring to anything related to any film that you may have watched recently. I'm of course referring to the ancient Norse god Thor.
Of course.
Which is not copyrighted by anyone. There you go.
All right, moving on. Where can we go? Where can we go with this?
Where can we go from here? Well, I don't know. Orgless power plays. It's once again a set of teams with a lot of skill disparity, and we can't sugarcoat that. Look, Orgless are much favored to win this. That said, like, you go.
I was going to say, could you almost call them reverse FNATIC, how they do really well domestically, but internationally is where they start to struggle?
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, we've seen Orgless time and time again get really good results in ANZ. And then they continually second best. They'll make it to all these APAC finals events, whether it's a Pro League finals where they face the other good teams from Asia, or whether it's we have like 6 major qualifiers. We have our invitational qualifiers. They keep going to them, and they usually get first rounded. In fact, I'm trying to think of an occasion where they haven't been first rounded, and I'm stuck up.
I believe there was it was either invitational or major qualifiers where it was double elimination.
Yeah, but they still got first rounded. They were the first team to go out.
Yeah, but it wasn't in
after
the very
Fab.
first match.
It's close enough to getting first rounded. If you're getting first rounded in double elim, then that's something particularly special. We're about to head into the game. The game is just starting back up. In case you've forgotten, it was a while ago. Consulate, it's Power Plays, and Orgless. Orgless are a team who've been incredibly good domestically. That said, last couple days, a bit of questionable performances. You know, in the Raleigh qualifier online portion, bit of a struggle against some other ANZ teams.
I want to put this down to having Neophyter back in the roster. You know, they had such a stable roster for such a long time, and it was so effective. They were like a well-oiled machine, but then Joey had to leave. So, F in the chat for Joey.
I think that, yeah. I hope Joey's watching. If you are.
Hey, Joey.
Hey, Joey. How's it going? Joey's a lovely guy. Doesn't any longer play competitive, unfortunately. But, you know, I think that I can see what you're saying. To dive a little bit deeper in how Neophyter rejoining the roster would have affected the team, it really comes down to roles. You know,
Yeah.
Orgless were in a position where they had good fraggers, you know, Ethan and Emo-Rin and even Derp to some degree, and then they brought on Diesel, who was a great support flex player. And now with Joey gone, who was another support flex player, and bringing on Neo, who was really a flex fragger, it's just trying to implement those roles directly takes some work.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Derp kind of step back into a more like supportive role.
And we know he's capable of that.
Yeah, because that's where he started off on this team before he moved into one of the fraggers role, more of support fragger, I suppose.
Well, we'll finally get a chance to see for ourselves here. It's top floor defense, just as we saw previously. Same operator lineup, and hopefully we'll get a chance to highlight that castle barricade and rotate hole for you. It's this same yellow stairs hold as well. There you go. You can see it on that screen to your left, the castle barricade being deployed. Also have this bulletproof camera looking down the long desk. Great way for Power Players to gather any information about that push from the vending machine and utilize the cogs, as you love to say, from this console side, from the bathroom, and prevent that push into that meeting room offside.
So they're one of these teams, huh? One that likes to leave yellow stairs open to some degree, I suppose.
Yeah, mate, that's called meta. That's just the meta these days, bro.
Yeah. But then you got some teams that fully reinforce that up.
Yeah, it's rare. I think that the Capital ban is one way that you could potentially get away with playing harder inside a console, reinforce up that wall. But I think it's just these days the meta is versatility and mobility. And having the ability to peek from the yellow stairs into that console office and deny the plants, that's just so superior to sacrificing reinforcements on that. Diesel, not every day.
It's castled.
Oh, sorry, pardon me. Yeah, it was a bit dark for me.
Here, borrow my glasses.
Yeah, I'll need to borrow your glasses later. Thanks, Warden. saw a comment in chat or something, how Monkey looks like Warden. I'm just going to point out that I love that. Imo-Rin ready to buck open some walls, but he didn't have the information. He didn't realize that there was, in fact, reinforcements covering that wall, preventing him from getting those angles. We've also seen Buck utilized to flush out the position in bathroom from below. Don't believe that's what Emo will be doing just yet.
Well, let's just hope no one drones into the bathroom for Orgless. I heard you can get banned on Twitch for that.
That was not an appropriate comment, but now is that an appropriate shot. Diesel finds Mangoes.
Dirty.
Quick one from Derp as well. Surprising, we're seeing so much this gridlock play, and not even with the M249 Saw, my personal favorite. But here we have it, Orgless with a quick leg up, and as you said, that angle as well, doing good justice. Here we have Emo with another kill as well. And
no damage done to Orgless.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's all a bit of a storm.
It's just heads up gunfights being won here by Orgless. That's, you know, I don't want to boil it down to that, but that's what it looks like from what we've seen.
A lot of patience, I think, from the Orgless guys and Power Players perhaps potentially, you know, they shouldn't be exposing themselves into these positions. They shouldn't be allowed to die this early, and yet they are. So here we have it, just 2 left. And decent amount of time for Orgless, but this can be a position to stall out. Imarin's in a good spot, but his position likely revealed, and we do have Bondi, who's a great shot. The MP5 ACOG in a strong position. However, this diffuser is nothing likely to prevent it from being planted, and Imarin rotating to a safer position. He's got 2 players searching for him, but he'll find the first one of them, but it's a Doc who'll pick himself back up. Bundy back standing, and there's you have it. Muesli taking on Imarin. Derper with the quick trade, just Muesli left. Derper, 3K for the round. Perfect work from the Gridlock.
And that was just way too easy for Orgless.
Yeah, I gotta say, where was the... there was no real response from power plays. You know, we had finally the moment that looked good for power players was just trying to retake bathroom, which is one tiny step. They couldn't hold on to anything that they needed. No bathroom, no yellow stairs, no echo drones to deny that plant and give himself a bit more time.
Immediate bomb site change coming out from power players as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised after that defense. Always nice to switch it up. Lion teased out by Derp. Of course, the Lion now removed from his cage. Allowed
Nice.
back inside the Pro League. I would love to take credit for that one, but I stole it from Intero. He said it before.
Well, he's no longer in quarantine, as they say.
But you know what is quarantine? Rainbow Six Quarantine, revealed at E3.
Yeah, that looks pretty nice. And,
Wonder if you can play it as Lion in that. You know, he was put into the quarantine. Maybe that's why the quarantine game exists, because that's why Lion had to be removed from Pro League, because he was put into quarantine. That's how the quarantine game got developed.
Wait, isn't he, what, like a pathological expert? Is that the right word?
I don't know.
A pathogen?
Pathogen expert? I mean, isn't pathological like... That's something
like
different,
mental,
right?
isn't it? Yeah.
I don't know. Let's... I'm just waiting for chat to tell us how wrong we are about everything.
Come on, Mr. Pathogen expert, tell me.
Yeah, please. I'm sure we have some pathogen experts in chat. All right, Ocean Man's going to drop downstairs, head back to site. Still one Black Mirror remaining. It looks like he may well place it on the garage.
Okay.
A strategy we've seen a few times before. The key idea here is to deny thermite charges on that main wall using impacts or C4. But guess what Orgless aren't bringing? That's a thermite.
Yeah, you spoke about how it was, in your opinion, imperative that you bring a thermite on this bomb site?
For most takes.
Well, they didn't bring one last round either, so...
No. Orgless just don't seem to mind. Oh, I don't know. It depends. Difficult to say, I guess. Look, I'm just going to wait and see if Orgless can pull it off, and if they do, then we can analyze why it worked out.
And if not, we can say, ha, you need to bring
I was
a
right all
thermite.
along. Yeah, well, good map control taken for Orgless, though, and you know, it's still the option open for that rear take from the east side of the map.
Lots of camera duty coming out here from Ocean Man.
Yeah, there you go. Actually sitting on top of the captured drone by Mangoes. Mozzie and Gridlock together in a round here of the ANZ Pro League. Exciting to see. Hard hold inside of bathroom from power plays. Still some presence downstairs. No Nomad brought by Orgless yet, as it was banned, of course.
You know,
I wonder if the Gridlock is actually a substitute for that Nomad.
I'm thinking that, yeah, Gridlock would be great while you're going for the plant on this bomb site, especially when they have to run down the avenues between cars and such.
Still some patience being used here by Orgless. Just very cautious, this player inside of the bathroom, looking to deal with them as safely as possible. A frag grenade goes out, doesn't find a thing. Oh, a C4 perfectly placed by Mangoes. What a play. Excellent game sense, excellent mechanical skill to get that throw, but Ethan will double down here for Orgless, more than making up for what was lost in Emo-Rin. Orgless in a great position now.
Yeah, 4-on-3, only down Emo-Rin. Though he won't be mulching up that piano floor, though. We go Ethan with his third. Derpe has been downed, however. Is Ethan on for the ace here?
Starting to oh, what was that, Diesel? Absolutely dirty, and that's the last 2 kills. It's a full house for Ethan and Diesel. Excellent job. here, just perfectly pre-firing that one spot, and excellent recoil control on the Type 89 as well.
What's with Diesel hitting the dirtiest shots?
Yeah, it's funny. You usually see that from the the fancy fraggers, but Diesel's a modest support player.
Someone get him a broom and a dustpan, please.
Why? Because it was dirty?
Well, he's been cleaning up, that's why.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and because it was dirty.
Because it was dirty?
Yeah, sure. It was just such nuts shots.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Back to garage, though.
Yeah, look. And here we go, thermite being taken. I think Orgless thinking, look, we got that without even having to touch the garage wall. Power players could simply adapt to that round, learn from their mistakes, and not play as aggressively. It would struggle a lot more. So Orgless think, let's cover all our bases. We don't really need the gridlock. Doesn't quite do the same thing as a Nomad. We still lost players to flanks, so bring the thermite anyhow.
The range on that super shorty for the hatch, though. I never knew you could be that close, that far away. Still open it.
A lot of people really praise the super shorty. Great shotgun for destruction. Very effective, despite only having those 3 rounds, 3 shells can be loaded at the same time.
Before the gun experts get mad at you.
I'm sure there are plenty out there who are going to have a go at me for saying clip instead of magazine.
Just put it down to being Australian.
Exactly. We'll go with that. But once again, it's Mangoes on the Mozzie. A pick I like. I just love that we get to see so much of it. And last round, a C4 kill. Excellent use of Mozzie's kit and the information gathered by presumably his rounds.
Yeah, it just all makes sense, doesn't it? How Mozzie's kit's put together. We just love him because he's Australian, though, don't we, Dev?
Mozzie the Aussie. Mozzie, Mozzie, Mozzie.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Stay sharp.
Hope everyone at home just said oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, that's why we left a pause for you guys to say that.
Yeah, it's just like you're here along with us.
It's the interactive portion of the of the show.
The interactive portion of your program has now finished.
All right, so downstairs we got a lot of drone denial. Power players not only have the Mozzie but also the Mute. And in tandem, we'll have Casper with the KE to deny that main wall. Power players really emphasizing that, bringing that to the forefront, denying information and breaching, and it looks like it may well do the job. Orgless do have the Thatcher to clear out a lot of that utility, but they need the information. IQ can help with that, but I think a lot of this will come down to how effectively Orgless can take control of the map and start leveraging this utility that they have brought.
Well, they'll need to speed it up a bit because it really seems like they're, I don't know, measuring twice rather than just the once over.
They get the cut just right, but doesn't work too well if you don't have time.
We're on a schedule here.
Yeah, and look at all this patience. So this is great, Power players have adapted. Last round, they really just lost. Oh, there you go, Diesel lost his drone there. Really, power players lost because they kept peeking out. And this round, Orgless have delayed so much time, and they're waiting, holding these angles, but power plays, they're the ones that are finding these kills. They're like denying the ability for Orgless to find these kills just by not peeking. Now, Mangoes is gathering all sorts of information about where the Orgless players are. There's actually a player inside of server who doesn't check this angle. Mangoes may find a kill.
Surely he does. Pushing on up here while...
No way! There's Ethan gone down. The P10 Roni doing just enough damage. First player of Orgless off the board, and now Mangoes can live drone the Jaeger to flank Yellow Stairs. Player downed by Ocean Man C4. Everything is looking to go perfectly for power players. Muesli will finish that one off. May well have seen that the diffuser was dropped. I think that was a KE charge to trick the
I thought it was an impact.
Surely not. Was it out through the mirror window potentially? Now, yep, there you go. That's it. Now, Derp has no choice but to put the thermite charge in a very difficult position. Has to jump straight on in. He finds the first kill, but it's a bloodbath. Neophyte is the only one left standing for Orgless, and Ocean Man will clean him up as well. No exceptions taken by the mirror, and everything is strategically functioning perfectly for power plays.
Neophyte will be kicking himself for not landing that shot. But, yeah, it was probably all over Red Rover at that point, wasn't it?
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm seeing a lot of new things here from power plays, and a lot of old ideas that are being rejuvenated with some new life and working out perfectly.
So, if you're trying to open up Garage and you've got a mirror on it, you pop the mirror and toss out an impact grenade.
Have you not seen that before?
No, I have. My first thought was, they didn't do it when there was a Hibana on the board because it's going to be pretty much the same size hole for one Hibana. When it's at Thermite, that's when we saw it come out.
And it worked.
Yeah.
And I guess, it works, especially in tandem with the Cade. You have some indication of when they're going to start going for those Thermite charges in lieu of the fact that a Thatcher will probably be just beforehand to remove that Cade charge. Anyhow, though, power plays, always a good defense. Strategically, everything works perfectly. And look, that's the key for power plays here. They are seemingly a very strat-heavy team. They have a clear idea of how they want to play this. It's the same on this top floor, bringing unique twists to this defense. And on the bottom floor, they made the right adaptations. Let's see if they can do the same here.
What do you think of just the one castle barricade on the console office there?
I like it. It changes what angles are available. And it's a system where Orgless might not think it's worth actually removing that castle barricade. If that's the case, then you are actually restricting the angles. And more importantly, as a defender inside a console office, peeking onto those windows, you only have to watch one window now. You don't have to worry about as many angles.
Fair enough point.
So what's the play here for power plays? Chain trying to switch things up.
Don't peek.
Is that the key, the singular key that's going to get them this round?
I honestly didn't see how the majority of the early ones died last round, so I don't know if they were peeking or not. This is Emo Ring going to deny the bathroom from below, of course.
Strong position as well. Derper now knowing that he'll be not attacking that downstairs. Brings back the gridlock. I do really feel like he'd prefer the Nomad, but we know he's good with the F90, so that's something.
Yeah, gonna chuck down the track stingers. I don't know, on paper it really feels like a fairly weak utility, doesn't it?
I think that's the thing, you only have to shoot one or two and you can run through, but hey, we've clearly seen that the just pick rate today in the ANZ Pro League shows that a lot of teams do believe gridlock has value. Droning out this downstairs, ensuring that there's no one poised to activate upon some vertical pressure.
Interesting that Ethan's the one droning for himself. No,
that's just a way with Ethan though.
Yeah.
He's always
he's
the
like
X factor.
The individual kind of player for Orgless here.
Yeah, that's what I often see.
Oh.
He wants to push up those yellow stairs. He's baited out that one C4. Looking to push up again. We know he's a good player in terms of the individual gunfights. He knows he doesn't have to worry about lesion mines. He's checked, but doesn't realize there's a player waiting for him. That's Muesli to find two. On the rappel in, Ammo finds nothing. No Capitao here to restrict Muesli's mobility. No grenades activated either.
No one droning for Ethan.
Yeah, there you go. Highlights the issue you mentioned before. Orgless will have to go back to the drawing board. Just the 3 players left.
It's not over just yet, but
it's
probably.
Close. It's getting close, 30 seconds. Diesel, though, will attempt to find this with the bearing.
Muesli.
There you go. Muesli likely to find... Oh, he doesn't need to find the ace. He has single-handedly won this round. Bit fed by Orgless. Casper will claim the last life of Orgless, but power players are evening up this game 2-2. We're expecting a bit of a shutout.
Yeah.
But I certainly have to say power plays have not disappointed.
Also, we saw that little flawless round graphic. I'm really liking this little update to the spectator experience.
Yeah, I love knowing how many kills players have when they find a second, when they find a third. I do really love that, and it reminds me of being at these finals events when the full API is in swing and you have the...
Oh yeah, you get to see that live, don't you?
You know what we get to see live right now? The Legion Elite skin for the first time. Nano Tox 32.
That sounds like such a...
It sounds like something you'd find at the chemist.
I was going to say, it sounds like, I don't know, just super generic.
Yeah? I just want to say, that is a very attractive Legion.
He's like a what's it called? A grizzled old man, kind of war-hardened, is that?
Yeah, he looks very very experienced, and hey, look, it's a cool outfit. Let's hope we get to see it in action later on. I think there was a hugely positive reception for this Legion Elite skin for the first time.
The impressive part is they managed to keep it quiet. No leaks on this one.
Yeah, it's always hard, isn't it? But hey, great reaction at the end of the day. Let's take a look now, though. It's been a top 4 successful defense, so we'll see power players now head to the middle floor, not experimenting with that new bomb site, just trying the middle floor this time.
ADS deployed and ready to go.
All right then. Heavy presence over towards V's office here.
I really think that admin is a great place to start your take on Consulate,
Yeah.
but it can be very difficult if there is presence inside there. Players who just play patiently and wait for you to rappel in, it can be very difficult to deal with. You need some frag grenades.
Yeah.
They can be always very difficult to land. I love this vertical angle to take out that camera.
It's such a tell. Like,
Love it.
Shot a drone head on.
easy free kill with a C4, and all you'll do is lose a camera.
You reckon if you play us to C4 there,
Yeah,
you reckon you'll get a kill?
I wouldn't be surprised.
So how do you know that they're going to do it? How do you know when to blow the C4?
I don't know, wait till the camera's destroyed. You can put it like far enough away.
Yeah, I guess you could try that.
Yeah.
Clip
Especially
it
with teams that
next
do
time
it.
you make that work, clip it for me.
Do you think I'm going to be trying to use...
You're probably not playing against anyone who's using that angle. Oh, well.
I'm offended.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that.
It's
I just want to point out Neophyte playing Thatcher right now with the FNATIC skin. His former team. Still paying homage. As many players do in the ANZ scene. You know, we all want to pay homage to our scene and our teams. And FNATIC is the only ANZ team to have the pilot program so far, at least in that first run of the pilot program. New pilot program coming soon. Very excited.
Is that a leak, Dev?
No. Everyone is known for quite some time. Applications were open. Applications closed.
So when do the casters get their own skins?
That's a great question, Monkey Fists. We'll get on a call later tonight to talk about it. I just want my my Bearing 9 to have this giant moustache.
I think your skin would be like, what's some makeup?
Some lipstick, I think. I'm pretty sure there is a lipstick charm, something like that already.
Yeah.
I'll have to make sure I use it on all my weapons. Neophyter finds the first blood, and we've had 2.5 minutes here where we're just here talking about nothing, because there's nothing to talk about. No real action from Orgless, who really need to be taking the initiative.
Oh, here they
It
go.
looks like an absolute blitz. Neophyter finds the first 2 kills, and the rest of the team all move in. No! Imorin, look to your right. What are you doing? Casper's in there, but he gets traded immediately by Diesel. A perfect position, 15 seconds to go. Just Mango's left. We know he's good, but I don't think he's good enough to make this retake happen. He's waiting for that main push into that front lobby, but no one there just yet. Player on the rappel. Neophyte has done so much work from this position so far. Mangoes gets past scot-free, but now moving downstairs, he's received by Ethan. There you have it. Orgless break ahead, 3-2.
There we go indeed.
So is the strat, Monkey, just wait around for 2.5 minutes and then all rush in the same area while you have Neophyter holding an angle up top?
He's just holding a rotate as well. Like, it's...
I can't believe that worked.
Yeah.
You know, 2.5 minutes of preparation, 30 seconds execution, really 15 seconds of execution, because that plant was going down at 15 left on the clock. Excellent work from Orgless. Still, a bit dangerous. If power players had perhaps found the first frag on the entry, the story would have been different. Nonetheless, last round for power players to make an impact on their defenses. 3 rounds on the defense is a decent job against Orgless if they can master this next one.
Right then, into final round of the half here. I don't know, has this Mozzie been working? Like, we saw, what, one good sequence?
I think that the question is more like, what are you missing? And would that thing bring more value? Because I think especially on that downstairs, which is where we're returning right now, power players made great use of the Mozzie. My question is just, is there something else that you need more? The last time we saw power players defend this bomb site, everything worked out for them. It was, what, a flawless round? Or near enough? So, I gotta say, you can't call them up on that operator pick just yet.
Fair point.
I just find it crazy that we're not seeing any, like, you know, Maestro and Echo are huge operators, and when one's banned, as it so often is, you usually see the other one. But we haven't seen much Echo play from power plays. I had it on some previous rounds, that last one, but this downstairs, it just doesn't, it's not part of their strat. They focus so much on this denial.
Yeah, it's a good point. None of those operators coming on out at all.
The key here in this round is drone and wall denial for power plays.
Is to what? Sorry, drone.
Drone and wall denial.
Ah, yeah.
Denial of the walls, denial of the drone. And, you know, it's funny, how many operators are you investing into that wall denial? You know, you've got the mirror, you've got the KE'd, potentially even the mute. And how many are you investing in the drone denial? You've got two. You've got the Mozzie and the mute. You can see Orgless countering that Mozzie positioning by using some jumping and some Thatcher EMPs. Maybe to help him control bathroom a bit earlier on this time. Great job so far. Look at that progress just within 1 minute. Hatch open.
Hatch was opened by the defenders.
Yeah, so that was really good progress,
yeah.
wasn't it then? Well, an angle over the hatch open, I guess, is what I meant. Bathroom clear as well. I'm not sure if Orgless are aware.
Looks like, yeah, power players just defaulted back to site. You think you're hunting roamers, but you're just hunting shadows right now.
So we need to see the drones come out. Once you do open up that Hibana hole to cover the hatch, you really can't play in there anymore, because if you want to get a rotate safely out of there, you're falling straight into an angle that's likely being held by the attackers in lieu of that Hibana hole. So if you want to go for that position, you really need to be doing it earlier on.
I think this is that part of the round where Orgless are doing nothing again.
Yeah, I think we're about there. We have a player inside of Visa, not quite sure what Derp is doing. If he could take control of the spiral stairs where he's drone just now, that'd be hugely beneficial. He could cut off these two players who are playing in the server, but looks like they're poised to flank, and if Mangoes has information based on a drone that he's caught with one of his pests, that's super useful.
Did the impact go off, or did the thermite didn't quite catch?
Oh, so hard to see. Yeah, it worked. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Diesel's still really struggling with this. I'm surprised that power players are managing to get this strategy so effectively, and meanwhile, elsewhere, Ocean Man takes down one of the key fraggers from Orgless. Without the fangs of Ethan, I think it'll be just a little bit more difficult.
Oh, C4 going to come on up, but Emo Rin can escape that one.
Oh, wow. He's looking for that Pipes player, but that was Ocean Man who pushed up very aggressively towards the yellow stairs and now is taken out. Mangoes as well on this flank. Took a bit of damage, but finishes off Derper. Another kill for Mangoes here. Just Diesel outside everything. No, he's inside now, and he's having a party with Bundy out here. Is ready for him. There you go. Power plays even up their half. 3-3.
Party with Bundy. It wouldn't be ANZ without it, would it?
No. So what happened there for the defense, power players, and what's preventing Orgless on these attacks?
Well, I suppose opening up that garage really had something to do with it.
So what do we need to see from Orgless? Is it just the fact that their strategy of trying to open up the garage for the thermite charge is just not possible with the mirror there? My question mark is, we have a buck in piano. Why isn't he denying that position of the mirror? Now, why isn't he preventing anyone from
He could open the mirror
tricking?
himself, yeah.
Yeah, but there was a player playing near the mirror, right?
It's
And there was a player
behind
impact
Van,
tricking. Yeah, you can deny all those positions
Yeah.
using the buck.
Maybe just slight missed timings here from Orgless.
I really think that the Nomad ban is heavily affecting Orgless as well. Power plays went for that flank. We saw the Mozzie player, Mangoes, get a 2K.
Yeah, I'm surprised that managed to come off. Like, was there no flank watch? Well, I suppose they're missing their Nomad then.
Exactly. Anyhow, switch time. We know we are kind of in a defensive favored meta at the moment, but who knows? New season, right? New meta, new operators in the mix, of which we've seen a huge amount of in this match. Gridlock and Mozzie both seem to be favorites on Consulate. Now Orgless head to their defense. They'll go upstairs. They're two embracing the cogs, this time a Rook instead of a Doc.
And the Mozzie.
The Mozzie, of course. They really like their drones, right? They've got the Echo, and they like their drones so much that Echo isn't enough. They also want to steal some of the attackers as well.
When you've got 3 entry fraggers to drone in, it's fair enough.
Yeah, well, see how effective it can be. Orgless really struggled taking on yellow stairs last time. They're attacking it. If they're defending, we'll see if similar strategy is applied. Imarin does find that early pick, though. Not sure whether that was just an early breach into admin, perhaps?
Well, yeah, it sounded like he got aggressive, or maybe went for a bit of a peek.
Could have been a spawn peek. Muesli's off the board regardless. He's a great Jaeger player for power players on the attack. I haven't seen as much from him. Looks like admin does appear to be the first step for the power players attack. Droning it out now, despite losing that first player. And Ocean Man barely gets any information as he sends his drone into the yellow stairs. Taking out the default cam a little bit too late.
Yeah, send his drone in just to be taken down. Is this getting to the same point in the round, Dev? I think, like, you know what I love to say about console? It's so hard to gain meaningful map control. And I feel like that's what's slowing both teams down here.
Yeah, it's absolutely fair enough, but finally Casper's made some progress there.
Made a play.
Got himself into admin, cutting off some rotation holes, enabling, I guess, some more angles to be utilized. Still, though, this isn't the whole story. You know, if you want to do this long desk side take, oh, okay, I like that. So that's another way to watch the flank. Still, if you want to do this long desk take, you need to really be prepared to counter everything Orgless are prepared for it. Namely, you know, we've got these ACOGs, we've got Neofighter as well, playing the Rook, likely looking down this long angle, but in fact it's Imorin to do some damage here, find his second kill of the round onto Ocean Man. To the key players from power players taken out, no more hard breach. Able to clear out this meeting room. Mango's will have to do that from this rappel.
Oh, he's very close there. Does a bit of damage, I believe.
If you don't know, they've actually changed some of the way destruction works, soft destruction, so it can be more difficult now to actually deal damage through some objects. It's a very difficult position, and that's a shot. Diesel shouldn't be landing. Diffuser as well, lying in wait outside. Diesel's in a great position, but he needs to stay alive as long as possible. Oh, maybe it doesn't even matter. That's a flawless round for Orgless on their first defense.
Oof. Nice shot. But now that Orgless are on defense, are we kind of expecting them to just close it out from here, Dev?
I don't know. That round does hint us in towards that direction, but that said, we've got a few more bomb sites we'll have to experiment with, and on console, every single bomb site is very different. Your attack is very different, your defense is very different, the utility required can be very different. This time we'll go to lobby. No.
Still both Aussie operators.
I love it. I love it. No thermite brought by power players. I wonder if they are aware that Orgless tend to go lobby as their second bomb site, or at least that's what they're showing us at the moment. But they are bringing the Lion. We haven't seen very much Lion yet in the ANZ Pro League. Seen a little bit of it overseas.
Isn't this the first time we're seeing it in the ANZ Pro League?
I think you're right. First time in the ANZ Pro League for a very long time, ever since his quarantine.
His uncaging.
Uncaging release, I guess. I don't know. What do you
I
think?
like uncaging.
Uncaging, yeah. Is there kind of some imagery there? I don't know why, but all these metaphors, I'm really taking it literally. Like I'm seeing a lion right now in my head, you know, in my mind's eye.
Being uncaged.
Being uncaged. It's very
Unleashed.
very powerful imagery. But will it make any difference? Hard to call at the moment. You know, Lion's nerf was significant, but the core of the operator still stands. It disincentivizes movement and gathers information.
Just stand still, dot. Dot. Dot.
So will this Lion make the difference on this attack, though?
Just wanted to make sure his EE1D was still up there.
Looking up for inspiration. Well, we know how much power players enjoyed the Mozzie on defense. Maybe they just love drones so much they want to bring an extra one on attack.
Potentially. Once again, it's a different time, but it really feels like people just holding angles, defenders just holding angles, one attacker moving after a drone's Drone something 5 times.
Yeah, but the attackers have taken this control. Still no
Right,
full
that's
top
more like
floor.
it.
That long desk battle will be a difficult one to contend with, especially since Casper doesn't have that ACOG. Destroys one, I believe, Maestro. Evil Eye, which is always great. Now opening up some holes into meeting where Diesel's wreaking some havoc. Takes down Mangoes nice and early, but a grenade should help out a little bit. That said, no one is watching Diesel. If he peeks out right now, may well find a kill. The Claymore actually could be the thing preventing that. Lion Charge should make this happen. A frag grenade surely closes the deal, but no! How is Diesel still alive? Inside of Projector, finally he gets another kill. Casper needs to take things into his own hands, but still can't secure it, and Neophyte is covering his back. This has been an excellent hold of top floor by Diesel and Neophyter, and now Orgless can sit pretty downstairs.
Well, some great fuel efficiency there on Diesel's part. Too stretchy.
Nah, it's good.
That's good.
I like it.
Well, Bundy and Ocean Man with a bit of a mountain to climb here. They've got to find 4 members of Orgless. Of course, Diesel has been tagged up to 10 HP. But this is a mostly unwinnable situation. It's going to require a few nice shots, make those to the head, and maybe a little bit of divine intervention.
Ocean Man
Take me by the hand.
seems to be the play. Very separated
Nope, that's
from
not
Bundy.
the play.
Ethan getting that C4 kill. Just Bundy left over. Even going for this flank as well. Not sure there is a drone to watch. Just a Claymore. Bundy going down the spiral stairs now. 20 seconds. No chance he's going to win this on gunfights. 4 players, very spread out. He has to go for a plant, but he doesn't have the diffuser in sight either. This is pretty much the story already written. And thank you, Derp, for that show of whatever that was.
Reported.
Look at this. I love it. I want to winky face. I love it. Cheers. I want to give you some extra credit to that joke you made earlier about the fuel efficiency for Diesel.
It was too much of a stretch.
No, it was good. I especially love it because smokes gas for our perhaps more North American viewers fuel, and then I don't know. Whenever I used to have Diesel in one of my Discord servers, and I nicknamed him to Petrol because. You know, that's what we call it here in Australia for most of our cars are fueled by petrol.
Sounds like such a British word, doesn't it?
Does it?
Don't you reckon?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it.
Just call it petroleum.
No, that's definitely not it. But the real question is, Monkey, gas, petrol, diesel, where are you going to all get this when you're in Australia? Where do you head when you know you need some?
Servo.
Obviously. Heading to the servo.
Like, you know, people might think that this kind of slang we use is a joke, but no, I use that kind of slang.
Every day. Every day. I mean, what is a gas station? I don't know. I like that. So Ethan's already got himself
a pest.
Yep, there you go. Ethan's already got himself the 1 drone. Not sure what the idea is here, opening up that whole wall.
Well, they don't have a mirror. Maybe they just want a spot for them to throw their impact grenades at.
Maybe?
Well, no. But
No. Like, so what I was thinking is, you know, a Maestro device you can place outside if you open up a rotate hole. They changed the way that sound propagation works, and no longer, I believe the fix was intended to prevent opening up wall. You know, people used to smack walls before reinforcing them so that they get better audio through the reinforced wall. And maybe completely opening up the wall and then reinforcing over it is the new way to, I don't know, get better audio.
Yeah, it is fully reinforced.
You have to ask Orgless about that one. Nonetheless, look at how much information these Mozzie drones can be capturing. Usually getting nice on inside quick. This Lion, don't believe we saw many of those EE1Ds utilized in the previous round. Power players really couldn't contain Orgless when it came down to it. Saw the one used in vain to try to kill Diesel. Ethan making himself at home in the server room at the moment. That's downstairs.
Just
in
remodeling.
Yeah, doing a little bit of remodeling. Giving himself some information. I think that's grossly underestimated. Opening up some floorboards and being able to hear and potentially even see through specific areas gives you a ton of information.
Well, I don't know about you, but most people want their houses to be nice and snug and warm. Not.
It's all right. This isn't a house. This is consulate.
Oh, okay. All consulates need to be drafty, do they?
Yep.
Well, he's going to use his drone. Ethan was solo droning earlier. Now he can solo drone again.
IQ's not having any of it. Bundy, though, will find the first kill. Bandit gone down. Likely a pick utilized to Bandit trick. Wow, these holes perfectly placed. Ethan doesn't realize, but he's just a hair's breadth away from one of these players. His drone is in a perfect position. He spots out that lion. Now he'll be aware and try to find this angle.
C4.
He wants to go for a C4. No way is this going to work.
Yeet.
Surely, this is one way for a lion to go
no.
out, but he needs a teammate to get on that drone to confirm that he's still there. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. The teammate said, nope, he's gone. And Ethan says, unfortunately, I missed the opportunity. We'll try it again later. Just 50 seconds now for power plays to get their affairs in order.
Someone tell Ethan he needs to risk it for the biscuit. Just go for it.
It looks like that's the play for the power plays at the moment with the lion charge exceeding. This is really the time when we see push come to shove. Ocean Man struggling to find a position where he can plant, and looks like his behind is exposed, trying to plant around this area. Diesel completely locking down the plant spot. Ethan in a perfect position to deny this plant with a C4.
Hello?
Where is this plant? Halfway
Oh,
down.
Diesel.
Diesel's in such a good spot, but he's taken down. No way is this possible. Ethan on the prone up. Mangos is in a great position. Now trapped him in the corner though, and Ocean Man, surely this isn't a salvage for the round of power plays. Derper in a great position for the retake. But now with the attackers playing patient, it's a Herculean task ahead of him.
1v2 Derpe on the Echo. He's going to have to venture outside for this one. Oh, he knows he's in the corner and he's
no
going to
way.
land that. Where's the follow-up, however, from Muesli? No, he's not exposing himself just yet. Derb's going to tap it. Surely Muesli's going to make his move now.
Oh my God!
Does he have enough time? I think he does. It's pretty close. It's going to be close.
He's got it.
He's got it.
100%.
100%. What a clutch. You know, we spoke about Derp AI. He's, you know, he took over that fragging role, but that was some pure fragging, my friend.
Excellent game sense, excellent timing, excellent mechanical skill, excellent patience, and I can't believe he pulls that off. You know, we've
1v3?
For 1v4, I believe, because he got the first kill on the player at the white van, and then takes on the first player. Oh no, maybe it was 1v3. I don't know. It's the second significant 1vx. You know, it was more than 3 that we've seen tonight.
Anything Virtue can do, I can do better, he says.
Yeah.
Well, okay, maybe not better. More spectacularly. Okay, no, maybe
bit
not
of
more
a different
spectacular.
story, right? You know, Jaeger clutch versus an Echo clutch.
Yeah.
Bit of a different story, but hey, it was good. Hats off to Derper. We're now looking at a very one-sided scoreline. Things have turned on its head. What could have been a close game is looking to be a nice, comfortable one for Orgless.
Well, Rook coming out once again. You mentioned it was a bit strange. Like, Doc is normally the kind of ACOG pick we see.
Orgless just love their Rook, though. We used to see a lot of Derper playing Rook on Bank.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it comes down to, well, I guess it depends. On this specific site, with no Capital, those Rook plates are definitely helping you against the frag grenades. Any frag grenades on yellow stairs, which is that key position. Any frag grenades in meeting, which is also a key position for your smoke, potentially. So maybe a bit more useful than a dock, whereas a dock has to have a specific line of sight to the player. Who knows?
Well, maybe I'll ask in the interview after, assuming it's going to be Orgless.
Yeah, well. It's a valid assumption at this stage. And I guess that's a great thing that we do have now, the ability to ask these teams in their interviews. Get an idea
Who, what,
of,
when, where, how, what?
yeah, exactly. Not just the what, but all the other W's and the H, obviously.
And the H. Don't forget the H.
Can't forget the H. All right. So this attack from power plays starting to shape up. This site can be very unwieldy to attack. Very, very difficult. Last time they attacked it, they started off, there was a pick against them. So when you're starting an attack and the first thing is that you've lost a player and you've lost that utility along with it, it really stunts your attack. Now, fortunately for them, they haven't had that hurdle. Still, a lot of work to be done. 1 minute goes down.
We're just going to hold this upside down angle. It's become so common, hasn't it?
Yeah, not even a Blackbeard is required.
Oh.
Oh, it's close for Bundy. Deals a bit of damage on a Diesel. Not an operator you want to lose at this point.
It really seemed like he just
Oh,
wasn't
no
ready,
way!
but oh!
Diesel managed to get off 2 shots and still didn't connect enough damage. That
He
is
didn't believe in it.
dire circumstances, and another pick as well for power plays. Things looking pretty up. Usually does go down though, and Mango's as to that, courtesy of Ethan.
So it looked like Derp was going to go for a run out.
No, we do have a repel in though into the bathroom. Still control of Zealous. There's secured from a flank from Emorin, and he'll take out the player inside of the bathroom. Casper pushing up Yellow now. That barbed wire being the death of him, and Ethan down below in conjunction with Emorin secures that kill. Oceanman doing some work now in the bomb site. It's the last one left.
Look how much time there is on the clock. He also has diffuser. Oh, the shot's coming at him through the floor. But he feels like he has to plant here.
Yeah, the key question is where the Echo drones are in their position to ping out.
Yeah.
Oceanman, there you go. Ethan had the information. That's good half. Excellent game from Orgless. Excellent play from Ethan at the end there. And there you have it. 7-3.
7-3, well, you know, that was my prediction earlier for a completely different game.
So it's almost like we can pretend that you were right.
Essentially the same.
Almost.
Essentially.
Yeah, not quite there. Can't pay that one. Love that one. And look at that MVP for Diesel. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. 10 for Ethan. Very well spread, though. Especially Diesel. And Neofighter is notably not a notable player.
I think what's more notable is that Emo Rin had an average game, but 6 assists. Like, he had, I think, 5 kills, 6 assists or something like that. That's the surprising part for me about that scoreline.
Yeah, I always feel like Emo's a player who's... And I know this sounds a bit weird because, you know, it's Pro League, everyone's going for those headshots, but Emo is a player who's always chasing those headshots. He plays those high fire rate operators, and even when he's not, you know, you see him tapping, you see him spraying, you're not seeing him going for body shots often. So assist is typically when you see someone who goes for body shots and loses a lot of gunfights, which his team cleans up later. So it's not a bit off for Emo tonight, but doesn't seem to make the difference for Orgless, who win at 7-3.
Yeah, no surprise.
Not really. Look, it was, what, 80-20, was it?
Yeah.
80-20 for the community votes. I feel like Orgless are the best team in ANZ, and I think most people would agree. Sorry, the second best team. Did I
was
say the
going to
best
say
team? The second best team in ANZ. I think most people agree that second best team in ANZ at the moment with is Orgless. Power plays have a lot to prove. Still, I think we saw a lot of really good things from power plays. You know, we want to talk about Orgless because they won. We've got to say a lot of good strategies from power plays. And Orgless, I don't know whether they knew going in that power plays had those specific strats. There's that castle set up upstairs, the mirror downstairs on the main garage wall, but the adaptations were enough.
How do you feel the bans affected the matchup overall?
I think the Nomad was a huge effect on the attacks. You know, we did see Orgless struggle on that first half. Just scraped away with 3, but then didn't drop defense. Yeah.
And of course, one of them off a Derp clutch.
Yeah. So I don't know. What do you feel like? We'll be chatting to one of the players. I think it's Ethan, probably. Hopefully.
Diesel.
Or Diesel. Hey, I love Diesel.
Someone needs to make sure this guy doesn't go to the servo later.
Yeah. Oh man, I love Diesel.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's with Diesel. But how about the Maestro ban, the Valk ban? Jeez, I can't talk right now. Do you think that those were impactful at all? Or?
Yeah, difficult to say, really. You know, Valkyrie, you can't always see when her information is being utilized, and I don't think the Maestro ban had a huge effect because Echo really did a lot of the work in terms of having an anchor operator that had a lot of site information.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of Mozzie as well. So
yeah, that's right.
More info.
That's the key. What I want to hear from Diesel is you know, what it was like in that clutch scenario, I guess, and also, you know, what was it that Orgless struggled with on the attacks? Was it the Nomad ban? I also want to hear a bit more about the Aussie operators because that's a big, you know, red flag to me. Is in this game we've seen so much gridlock and so much Mozzie.
But the thing is, right, it's not even our season anymore, Dev.
No, the burnt horizon has passed over the horizon. It's
Has it burnt?
I guess you could probably see over the horizon if you had phantom sight. I don't know, a bit of a stretch. Oh well.
Do we have a new caster lying around back there? No, I'm kidding. Kidding.
He wouldn't replace me. He
Oh,
loves me too much.
He's cocky too.
I'm too nice to him. Sometimes.
See that grin. But I think probably one of the most interesting rounds was when we saw that attack on lobby bomb site. How
What the complete just rush in.
the snore fest until the last 30 seconds. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I fully agree. It makes me just think, you know, what's going through Orgless's brain when it comes to all this brains. They're not one, they are five. But
They are hive.
they are not the hive brain. I know it's difficult. You know, we've talked about in the past teams such as, you know, Vitality, who've finally rejoined the EU Pro League. Were consistently known as the team that waited until the last couple seconds and then went for an absolute crazy push. And a lot of teams, you know, said bravo because they did a really good job on those executes because they'd spent so much time in preparation. Bit of what we saw from Orgless, it didn't look like a desperate attempt. It looked calculated, but it took a long time to calculate.
Alright, so yeah, a bit of a long function.
Yes, I guess you could. He's dabbing all over his mathematics, all over me.
Well, alright, Mr. What is it? 5 plus 1. Wait, 4 plus 1 equals 6.
Yeah, not my brightest moment. Oh well, we all have our demons. So, I want to know. Let's start going over what are the kind of things you really want to talk about.
I want to talk a lot about how prevalent the Aussie operators are. I want to talk about you know, that open garage strategy that we were seeing, like with the mirror from power plays. I want to talk about the rook pick over the dock. You know, maybe it is just preference, but I want to hear some reasoning, some logic.
Yeah.
You know, and so I want to hear about the attack rounds that, you know, Orgless were not being fast enough with.
Yeah, and it's interestingly something that we also saw a struggle for FNATIC on those attack rounds when they were playing the earlier match. A lot of the times when we saw FNATIC fall short, it was because they didn't have enough time to recover.
Yep.
All right, we're going to head to a quick break before the next matchup, so stick around to see Orgless versus Power Plays on map number 2.
Swapping mags!
back to the Pro League. It's the end of the night for us here in ANZ. Last match coming up to you guys. It's been a good ride so far. We've seen FNATIC, we've seen Zealous, and a little bit of Orgless and Power Plays. A little bit more of them to go. One match to go.
One match to go indeed. Orgless, Power Plays once again. Sorry we didn't have an interview for you guys after that one, by the way. Just a few issues, but that's right, we can save them all up.
Yeah, that's right. I'm looking forward to having a chat to, hopefully one of those guys at the end of this one. Maybe we'll even get to see both of them. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, it was a dominant map.
Oh yeah.
There were some issues for Orgless, I think, going into that first half. A lot of struggle on the attacking side, and I've got to credit Power Plays for the way that their defenses were set up to make that happen. But Orgless switched over to the defense, and something clicked.
Something switched.
The sides?
Yes.
Attack and defense?
Yeah.
Thanks for that insightful comment,
All
Monkey.
right. Looking forward, though, we're expecting more of the same, aren't we? This is 2nd seed versus 7th seed. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, I guess for me, what I would love to see is Border Bank or Villa, because we haven't seen them yet in the Pro League this season. I'm counting what we've seen across all the regions.
He's doing it.
I want to see it. Like, can we see the first?
I wouldn't trust his counting though.
First, fair comment. I want to be the first Villa of season 10, or the first Border of season 10.
Well, I did say Villa. That's what I was expecting for that last map. So
You
if it happens this map, it's close enough for me.
There you go. That's this guy. He's desperate. He counted the 7-3 victory for Orgless as his 7-3 victory prediction for FNATIC.
Still counts. It's close enough.
Sure it does. Sure it does. Well, it counts better than I do anyhow, so that's something going for it.
True. Good one.
But hey, let's talk about that last game and how it'll affect, let's say, the ban phase of this game, right? Orgless really struggled on that attack. As we mentioned, I think that the Nomad ban really hurt them. Is that something that's going to play in? I guess it'll depend on the map partially.
Well, I don't know if they're going to bring it out again, and that looks pretty familiar. Villa ban again.
Rough, hey?
Yeah.
Very rough. So let's keep rolling these bans, and we'll have a look. Clubhouse, Border, Cafe, Bank, Coastline at the end of the day. Bummer.
Yeah.
Still no Border,
That's right, we've
Bank,
gone full
or
circle.
Villa. Oh, well, we have gone full circle. So we're finishing where we started. I know Nomad is not an operator that we've... we saw Nomad earlier today just not utilize a ton on the coastline.
Yeah, it was really weird the way they played her. Like, she was just a gun.
Yeah, I guess they said that FNATIC really emphasized that, the placements of them, but we didn't see them so much come to fruition. But yeah, there you go. So interestingly, just a little bit of analysis on this ban phase. Cafe was only banned as a last ban for Orgless, so that was almost slept through. In fact, the 3 maps that I wanted to see were the 3 last ones, except for Coastline. So,
Or Villa.
thanks, guys. Oh, sorry, no, was it Border, Bank, and Cafe? Oh yeah, right. Or Villa. Yeah, right on. Whatevs. Oh well. I'm an easy man to please. There are 4 maps in the pool I want to see.
All right, but you didn't get one, did you?
No, not this time. Oh well. So, heading on to Coastline. I don't know. It was oh well. I'm not going to predict it. Let's let you guys predict it. Much easier for me that way. And look at that. It's tilted more heavily in terms of a draw than last time.
Yeah, well, at least people are predicting a draw.
Yeah, maybe they didn't know a draw existed. 6-6, guys.
All right, but yeah,
I don't know, do you feel
definitely.
like that's justified?
Yeah, heavily favoured to Orgless, as you'd expect. In terms of looking at this, I want to maybe look at it not as the chance that this team will win. It's more of who people think will win. I know that's obvious, but do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a 73% chance for Orgless to win. And I feel like that's how we've been looking at the community vote tonight.
Yeah, I know. I mean, community vote's always going to be popularity.
Yeah.
So I guess it's a reflection of that, perhaps, as well.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Power players have a lot of, they'll have returning fans. They've been in the Pro League time and time again. A lot of people want to see them succeed. So we'll see whether they can have some more luck on map number 2. We're going to Coastline. Power plays versus Orgless.
For the record, that made more sense in my head.
Sure it did. Yeah, I'm sure everything makes more sense in your head.
All right,
None of
Jackal.
us are as big-brained as you.
Jackal Band first up. And
Jackal
then
and Nomad.
Nomad once again. So yes, it is a target ban, as you say.
When FNATIC were attacking a lot of these bomb sites, I mentioned how they were very much trying to counter this roam game and this flank game, and they were bringing a three-way tandem of Jackal, Nomad, and what was it? It was the Dokkaebi.
Yeah.
Those three together really helping isolate those roamers and prevent them from the flank. It's 2 out of 3 of those are gone. That said, we still have the Capitao in play, which is something we haven't seen as much of in the past. We still have the Thatcher, which we've seen banned a lot today as well. As for the defensive side, it's 2 of the big hitters, Mira and Echo, taken off the table, leaving Maestro still up.
Almost like they're the original bans we'd see come out. Like, they were the 2 operators we'd see banned the most early on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Maestro also has seen a lot of banning, but I think people just love using Maestro so much. And as much as they would love to ban it so they don't have to verse it, people just, it's so hard to let go. That big loving Italian man.
Yeah, well, he's a big loving gun too. A lot of bullets in that thing.
Yeah, Alder is definitely a favorite. Valkyrie is 6-picked onto, hiding the fact that those cameras exist, and the IQ picked off of. Interestingly, something you'd expect, but there you go. So Valkyrie picked onto. Perhaps if the Valkyrie was shown during the reveal phase, we wouldn't have seen the IQ picked away from. Nonetheless, it's Orgless on the defense to kick things off, where they were so very comfortable on that previous map. Starting on Penthouse as well, not something you see very often.
This is like, I was going to talk about Orgless and attacking this bomb stop, not on defense here, but you know, they have a bit of an interesting strategy for attacking. They like to take it from luggage and open up the wall rather than, you know, try and take from VIP and such.
Yeah. I guess with power plays bringing the Hibana, it gives them that versatility. You know, we see a lot of attacking rosters on Coastline don't bring that, These guys are just having some fun, but yeah, we're going to rehost, as I'm sure you guys saw in chat. We're just showing you some new parts of Coastline you've never seen before.
Never seen.
It's like a Coconut Bra video. Showing you some stuff you've never seen before, the pro tips right here. So yeah, it's a rehost with power plays and Orgless at the moment. Coastline, ongoing.
Would you say Coastline what?
Ongoing.
Ongoing.
It's an ongoing process. Yeah, we're making it happen.
But you said on God. I was like, all right.
No.
Getting with the slang, getting with the cool kids.
On guard. No, I wouldn't have worked in that context.
I don't know. That's what I thought you said. That's why I was confused.
Oh well.
But yeah, there's some riveting gameplay we've seen so far.
All right, you know what? This is a perfect opportunity for me to write down the bans of operators that I forgot to write down during the operator bans.
Jackal.
Yeah, but who was what, right? Jackal was Orgless. It was Jackal and
Nomad.
Yeah, but what was the other one for Orgless? Echo, right? Yeah, Jackal, Echo, and then the other guys were Mira and Nomad.
You know, maybe I could tell my joke now.
Yeah, sure. What was your joke?
So the joke is a bunch of university professors that go hunting one day. And so, of course, there's a mathematician, a physics...
Okay, I know
doctor.
this one.
Oh, you do? And
Keep going.
And a statistician. Right, so they find a deer finally, and the first one lines up a shot. The physics guy takes the shot, and he misses a bit to the left. Second guy takes the shot, which was the mathematician. A bit to the right. Then he goes to hand the gun to the statistician. He's like, "What do you mean? We got it, bullseye."
Yep, love it.
Yeah, your comment earlier made me think of that exactly.
What, with the 7-2-7-4?
Yeah, 7-4-7-2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right in the
there
middle.
You go.
Right in the middle.
Got it close enough, right?
Yeah.
I like it. I may not have laughed on the outside, but I was definitely laughing on the inside.
That's a pity. And by that, I mean that's a pity laugh.
It was a pity laugh. It was not a humour laugh. Oh well, I approve of that. I'm glad we had time for it. Thank you, Ethan, for having this rehearsed so that we could
Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Hopefully we'll get to talk to him later.
Yes, we need to think of something to talk about for now, though.
Yeah, that's right. So, Coastline, we saw it earlier today. Let's compare the bans. So, previously we saw, obviously, Thatcher and... Capital, that's right. Thatcher and Capital. It was, in fact, it was the same ban phase for both of the earlier games today.
Yes.
Thatcher, Capital, Mira, and Echo. So I guess no Mira, no Echo is the same as what we're seeing now. So in the defensive side, similar kind of arsenal available to them. But on the attacking side, the Nomad and the Jackal taken off the table. I don't really think Thatcher's going to have much of an impact. Like,
Yeah.
on Clubhouse, yes. On Coastline,
See, maybe I suppose the one place I can see the Thatcher ban being really useful is holding down that quad wall just outside of pool, like, or in the pool table area. Yeah.
but like how? So what, you put it on the roof to deny any bandit batteries on that wall?
Yeah, like you know, we saw in that very first round, Aces got destroyed there. However, they brought a mute next round, and they had a lot of trouble flushing him out of that position.
Yeah, it's a fair call.
It's probably one of the only spots I can think where a Thatcher ban.
Yeah. There are a lot of ways you can do with that. Like, it's not too hard to get control of blue bar below and take out those mute jammers or bandit batteries with an IQ or a Bok or something. So, it's not like on Clubhouse where it's much more difficult to explore alternate routes. Yeah, that said, with the Jackal off the board, that's something we saw leveraged quite a lot by Zealous. They really liked the Jackal, and then FNATIC brought the Jackal among other operators. So perhaps a bit more freedom on the roam from these teams that we might see. We don't have any of those, Valkyrie or Legion
it's
bands.
Coastline. It's not one of those maps that you can roam super good on, I feel like. Be completely undiscovered for the full 3 minutes.
For me, it's more about Coastline. You take you extend map controls, but a bit like tendrils that kind of move around.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen the way that like G2 used to hold Coastline? They don't play in the rooms; they play in the corridors around the rooms.
And one of the things they do as well, which I've seen FNATIC doing as well, is like especially defending downstairs. They'll lose 1 or 2 people from their roam upstairs, and the opponents will lose 1 or 2 people. But then they'll move off the site, and there's no more drones left to go and gather information.
That's right.
And it walks into crosshairs, easy peasy.
Yeah, I love that. That's a great point. Coastline is definitely a map where there are certain bomb sites where you can actually leave the site completely and do really well. Like, Kitchen is a perfect example of that.
Do you remember when there was the, when you could put the castle barricade on the kitchen door, and you could plant outside, and you bait people into it?
Don't bring that up. don't bring that up. Oh, well, we're about to head back into game in just a few seconds. And look, we've done the ban phase already. Here we go. Orgless, they just love their t-shirts. You know what? I have a theory. The reason they love Rook so much is they don't actually have jerseys because they don't have an org. So they got to get their t-shirts and their jerseys somehow.
Oh, well, they've got 3 cogs for this one.
I expect we'll probably see something fairly similar to what we saw from FNATIC in extending their hold out into VIP. Lots of cogs, as you mentioned, to make that work, as well as a lot of reinforcements placed on the VIP walls. Should work well. However, the line is a great way to start securing some of those positions. And when FNATIC defended on this and did that strategy, they found they needed an alibi in order to really make the difference.
How about a spawn peak?
It's not like it's an important operator who has utility. And if he dies, then it's a huge detriment to the team.
It's not like he almost just killed Habana.
Oh, there you go. Ocean Man took a lot of damage. I just like having a go at people who spawn peak, It's nothing personal against Diesel. It's more of just a general, prejudice.
Spawn peaking is fun.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I've read about it in books.
You've never done it?
I spawn peek occasionally. I'm not an avid spawn peeker by any means. Anyhow, that's the first EE1D to elapse. VIP balcony, the key pivot point for power plays. Moving on inside, you can hear that repel. It's Mangoes on the line. As we mentioned earlier, Orgless likely to leverage this position inside of VIP, but don't believe there was actually any rotate hole on that VIP wall.
Yeah, it was fully reinforced, wasn't it?
It's quite contrary to what I'd predicted. Perhaps they're more likely to be playing in guitar here. Yep, there you go. We have the Doc just narrowly getting spotted by Mangoes. He spots that position. Muesli wants to go for that peak, but there's just no capitalization as of yet. No, a lot of damage done. Muesli finally secures it. The Doc not taken out, though. Eventually he is traded, but There's a lot of kills back and forth. Just 3 left up for power players, all of whom have taken a severe amount of damage.
Yeah, interesting that power plays did come out on top of that one.
But just barely, though, really. I mean, we're still looking at a 3-3, and Orgless have the health advantage. It was a fast stretch, and you know, I'm surprised that Muesli survived his engagement, but Mango's, as you mentioned, IGL managed to coordinate that pinch just well enough, and the Lion Charge helped as well. Still a lot of utility up for Orgless, as we can see here, but this L position has been vacated. Muesli now able to go out.
Oh,
wow, look at that. That's a run out from Emo. Doesn't find anything, and even caught with the E1D. No, he shouldn't be finding that kill at all. Still allowed to roam freely on this side of the map. Leisure mines everywhere, as we can see through the walls. This could be the falling moment for power plays.
So that's what they're doing.
Yeah, so it's a late rotate opportunity. Yeah, easy for Emo right there. So close that out.
That Legion cannot be chained.
I guess not. Good try for Mangoes, but overall, Orgless doing pretty well.
So he runs out into the balcony, misses all his shots, and then he goes and hits that nasty one into the hallway.
Yeah, it really goes to show, you know, it used to be that someone runs out like that and they're lioned, they are absolutely dead.
Yeah.
But no, you just kept on going and stayed alive to tell the
Present
story.
for you, Dev.
Pardon?
Present for you.
A present for me, the kitchen.
Yeah.
I love this. Every time I'm playing Rainbow Six on this map and we defend kitchen, I always beg my team to do, I call it the Orgless hold. And hopefully we'll get to see it in a moment. It's perfectly demonstrating what we talked about not playing in the objective and playing around the objective. So hopefully we'll see Diesel here open up this wall. Here we go. Opens up a hole all the way along the top and the bottom of this kitchen wall. Okay, he hasn't done the whole thing just yet. This enables angles to be opened, to be utilized from that balcony in luggage, as well as all of the courtyard onto that kitchen site, especially onto that kitchen window. It's also a great way you can prone in the lobby and you kill anyone who enters into kitchen from the sunrise side as well. There's just so many angles available to you. And, Orgless have made it work very well in the past, and it looks like they're extending their hold upstairs as well. Some holes in VIP for the vertical pressure. Also presence inside of theater as well, just for good measure.
Well, as for operator selection, it really feels like power plays are, I don't know, I think they should probably take a bit more utility than what they are.
In terms of what kind of utility? Because, you know, they've got plenty of soft breach.
Yeah, they've got, it really feels like they're taking fragging operators rather than, you know, picking operators for their utility first.
I don't know, like, maybe it's just like a vague utility. You know, the utility isn't specific for, you know, exact things. You know, no Thatcher and no Twitch makes it reasonably difficult to get rid of these evil eyes, unless if they can get a grenade or a lifeline into the right spot. And Muesli's tasked with that at the moment. Not sure if he was successful. But hey, it's a mix, right? There is some utility to be had on these operators for sure.
Well, Casper not finding anything. Bundy's drone's going to make its way under sight unmolested. Very extended hold, as you said earlier, Dev.
And that's extended hold is typically what's countered by the presence of an operator like Lion, but doesn't seem to do much so far as Neophyter finds the first kill on Casper in this case. Ethan also looks to be in a bit of a pickle, but I'm not sure if anyone is aware of his position. Ocean Man seems to be somewhat cautious of Sunrise. A drone and a Lion Charge will find him out. Ethan finds the one kill regardless, though, and that Lion Charge now subsides. Ocean Man caught in a crossfire, cautious to try to peek.
Ooh.
Doesn't, in fact, find that kill. Ethan and Neophyter double up each. Just the one player left for Muesli.
And look at his HP.
He's just about dead.
Practically is. 1 minute on the clock. You know, at least if he gets downed, he can pick himself back up.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's what's happened already, actually.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, but
All the time in the world.
nowhere to go.
That's right. Plenty of utility as well in the pocket.
And nowhere to spend it.
That's right.
Thanks, Dev.
I know you need some validation sometimes, Monkey, so I'm here to give it to you.
And it looks like they're going for that little tactical timeout.
Yep, why not? As long as Muesli and the team uses it well. Just sit here, have a chat to the team, figure out what you're doing next. He's holding the angle, just patient. Gotta say, I love this skin. I think that's just one of the default universal skins, but it looks really nice, doesn't it? I don't know,
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for the simpler things.
Have you seen the ice cream skin?
Which one's that?
Oh, it's like one of the new seasonal ones, I think.
Oh, yeah, I think I know the one you mean. No, I haven't, unfortunately.
I know
Need to.
Nazgul was running it like all last series.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Derpay to finish it off.
There's a flawless round sticker that Orgless deserve. Orgless are really good at kitchen, I gotta tell you. They know their kitchen defenses. There we have Orgless going up to the 2 rounds. Across the net, round number 3.
Hookah? No, bars.
There you go. And we do have 4 viable bomb sites on coastline. It's never really a surprise to see any particular bomb site taken. Hookah now picked. There you go, Monkey. You were right all along.
That feeling when you have to cross something out in your book.
Especially if it's because you were right in the first place.
Yeah. It's just insult to injury, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, well, on the attacking side, same kind of lineup. I want to know what do you mean, you know, when you're saying this isn't a lot of utility.
Like it's very generic. Like, okay, maybe it's a very generic lineup where it can be good for multiple things, but not really excel.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You know, it's not precise. It's not
I suppose it's
tailored, I guess. It's not tailored to a specific
It's
kind of
lots of
take.
one-dimensional utility, not very, like you can't really use them in much more imaginative ways, right? Like,
I feel like it's just a very general piece of utility. Nothing here is like, we don't have, I don't know. Everything is very versatile, but nothing in itself is going to make a big impact.
for starters, there's like no hard breach, and of course, no need to have a hard breach on coastline.
Yeah. I know. Well, okay, we're talking about all this. What should we see from power players? What do you suggest?
What were FNATIC bringing? Nah.
Just whatever FNATIC were bringing. Well, I mean, see, FNATIC, with their lineup, it was very much defined. You know, they went Jackal, Dokkaebi, Nomad. You had a clear indication of what they wanted to accomplish.
I feel the IQ's wasted. Like, what electronics is she finding out there?
Oh, there's a Valkyrie, which we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, but none in this round.
Yeah, power players don't necessarily know that, though. And we've seen Orgless willing to hide that Valkyrie. At the start, hit it behind a Frost pick. And there's the, Kaid charges, Legion Mines.
But what are you opening?
What? With what?
With your, like...
Self-breach?
Yeah, like, what are you denying the Kaids for, you know?
Yeah, I getcha. So it looks to be just a bit of a pinch at the moment. I'm sure they would love to have the Jackal.
Are they just going to go ahead and dry peek this or something like that? Yeah, here we go. Nope, it's on the camera, but Derpay. Oh. Giving away his position.
It's a close spot. Mangos wants to take this. If he takes it as a very close angle, he's likely to win this with the speed, but no, he's looking the wrong direction. Lands a few bullets in, but not enough. Derpay finds the 2 on this position. Needs to go for this reload. Needs someone on his camera to watch him. Diesel's taken a lot of damage for his troubles as well. But still that secure hold of blue stairs.
Just Bundy and Muesli left here. 2 on 5. This is getting to be a similar position, Dev.
Something that power players are familiar with by now up against Orgless. It's a very strong opponent of which they face. Imarin does find Muesli. Just Bundy left. Not really much to do. Plenty of pre-fires and nothing really to happen.
Another flawless.
Here you go. Orgless, very comfortable on their defenses, you know. We saw it on the first map. Consulate, flawless. Here we are on coastline, still, so far, flawless defenses.
Flawless Orgless.
It almost rhymes.
Almost. It just needs you to like just pronounce it a bit weirdly.
That's a reason for Orgs not to pick them up. They would no longer rhyme with flawless. Maybe that's the secret all along.
Well, now we go on a blue bar. We've gone around the world, Dev. And by world, I mean a small island.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, they wanted to try it last round, and I guess for some reason they decided to go hookah, but I guess this is a good way to stay unpredictable. Not that it really matters in terms of the lineup Power Plays are bringing. If anything, my critique of Power Plays isn't necessarily that they are bringing this lineup, but that they are still bringing this lineup. You know, nothing is being changed. You know, how many kills have you gotten because of the Lion? How much have you really impacted the enemy team because of the Lion? You haven't.
Have they used a single firebolt or smoke bolt?
I mean, they used 2 firebolts last round. I didn't see it where they were or if they were effective. We don't have any flashbangs unless the Capitão's running them.
Or the Buck?
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Like,
maybe the Lion, I guess.
Has the Buck opened up anything really? Well, he died early on, so we don't know what their plan was with him.
Yeah, it's hard to call, isn't it? I think you should be thinking about the site. What kind of a take you're going to go into this site? In this particular case, blue bar, you know, smokes. That's something that we see used a lot. Hard breach as well, used a lot. Neither of those taken. Other than, I guess, we got 2 Capitão smokes, but we just haven't seen those Capitão smokes utilized. Nothing like a Dokkaebi. I would love to see a Dokkaebi. The closest we've got is a Lion, and I don't think that is making enough of a difference.
Do you think that maybe Dokkaebi is stronger than Lion?
It's so situational, but I really think that, you know, if anyone on Power Plays is comfortable using Dokkaebi and can incorporate it into the team, we'd have more success than with the Lion. Easy to say when the Lion's the first one to die, without even a minute erased from the clock.
Did Diesel run out as the smoke? I feel like that's what happened.
I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen Diesel playing so aggressively already. Went for a spawn peek on the Maestro earlier. Willing to risk it for the biscuit as needed.
Grain obtained. Well,
got to say the Ocean Man Org pick, not something you see every day on IQ. I used to love the Org, but the Commando's been buffed for a while, and I found that works helpfully. Well, I don't know what to say here. Like, Orgless is just running around individually, knowing when to peak, and Power Plays is never ready for them. And here we have again, like, Power Plays trying something, and it's not working. Here's some Buck trying to open up some stuff, and worrying about multiple angles, and 2 players moving into crossfire, and I guess they get 1 kill, but surely this isn't going to be the end of the story. Just Power Plays left, just Bundy left rather for Power Plays. This is starting to look very similar to what happened last round. Lone man standing on hookah balcony.
Yep, we're about to hit 4 for Orgless, and not a single one in reply has come from Power Plays. They have got literally no response right now.
It's been a night of one-sided matches. I guess that's to be expected with Seed 1 versus Seed 7.
Oh.
I think that Bundy heard me criticizing this as a one-sided match because that was a nifty shot.
Oh, and the fact that it was a 1-tap too, so deliberate. Oh, that was nice.
Time delayed though from that gas babe.
Yeah, now they know exactly where he is. He's going to try and run over to the courtyard, jump on down, but we've got Ethan waiting.
Yep, good spray control, good tracing, and that close range engagement.
It was meant to happen earlier. I was trying to like sing it in time with it, but no.
Yeah, I could tell. It's all right. It's all right, Monkey. It happens. So there we have it. 4 rounds straight for Orgless. Around the world, as you said, every single bomb site successfully defended, and Orgless not looking to break a sweat at all. There's not really been a moment where I feel like Power Plays are starting to run away with something. There haven't been really many moments where Power Plays seem to be making a serious move on the objective. That last round, believe it or not, was a bar defense. The only real action we saw was a little bit on hookah.
Yeah, it really feels like bar is one of the bomb sites that's getting like phased out of favor, but Orgless are one of the teams that really enjoy it.
Yeah, that said, they did head to it last. We'll go straight over to Penthouse again. Seen this strategy taken once again. No Rook this time. Switching around some of the roles. Got Diesel on the Kaid.
Still got 3 ACOGs though.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Assuming they're all running ACOGs.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Cade with a holo, but ACOG could be a pretty good choice, especially on this bomb site. A lot to do with it, and I love the fact that you've got, you know, a long-range weapon that can also be used to open up walls and such. Last round we saw Emo Rin roaming very effectively on the west side of the map, particularly on the top floor. did a lot of damage. Went for these late flanks and evaded detection for a very long time. He also had the ability to use an impact grenade late into the round. And because Jackal is banned, he knows he can just run around anywhere and he doesn't risk putting his prints onto more parts of the map. And when there's a Jackal in an enemy team, you want to limit where you're running to so you don't get tracked. And if you do get tracked, you'll have an indication of where the Jackal is based on where you've ran previously. But not a worry for Imarin.
Yeah, that's a good point, Dev. But 30 seconds, I don't know, Ocean Man ran around the whole building, it seems like.
It's just, there's not a lot going on for power plays in the game so far. And look, this first round played on this bomb site was where we saw a breath of life for power plays before it was squashed out. Starting first step is to pinch out Neofighter from his position in the guitar hallway. No Lion for the first time, instead of Hibana used so that they can pinch off this position. Still, the Kaid charge makes it a bit more difficult. Not too difficult though, he's going to get a little bit more of the wall open and Neofighter gets on out of there. Not punished at all.
Lives to fight again.
He's
having a real hard time hunting him.
Yeah, they are struggling at the moment. Still just the one player at a time looking for the position. I usually saw his head for a moment. He taps it as the first kill off the board. No response from Orgless. Still, this map control hasn't been taken. Muesli may not know that there's a player at the bookshelf. Derpy waiting patiently. Alder in hand.
Oh, can he hit his shots though? No, he cannot. I don't think Muesli took any damage from that. He doesn't even realize he's downed him. Casper!
What?
Hello?
Casper asleep at the wheel, but we finally have some progress from power plays. VIP control, wall opened as well. Taking control of the bomb site, Imarin on such low HP is eventually finished off. This could be a first round for power plays, but Ethan's in such a great position, he can't deal the damage onto the diffuser planter and it goes down. I've seen Ethan in some good retakes before, but there's a lot of work to do.
Definitely a lot, and they know exactly where he's coming from. No C4 either. He's going to peek his head up over. And, okay, found the first one. Can he double down and get the next one?
He's going to jump outside. Needs to clear out this double window, and that's a good shot. Still has to open up and get back inside. Not much time left. Two players. The two power plays, guys, need to really play time on this one. Don't peek. Almost finishes off Ethan, but it's getting to the dangerous point. Oceanman will eventually finish him off. Power plays. Get control of the site and make it happen for the first time.
Yeah, you know, that really felt like it just came down to Derp not hitting his shots, hiding in the back of the bookshelf.
I really think, like, where was Imarin? We know he was roaming that whole time. You know, where was the support for Derp? After Neofighter dies with no refrag, Derpy realistically needs to either peek when Neofighter dies to get the trade, or we need to have someone come to support Derp when he's, you know, quite literally pushed into a corner.
Yeah, well, not much you can do about it now, Dev, except learn from the experience and move on.
That's right. Well, we won't be likely seeing Penthouse again as Kitchen is locked in. August had a flawless round on this bomb site. 2 flawless rounds so far. Looking to replicate here. Power Play's made some adaptations. Started to spice things up. Get things going for their attacking side. Maybe too little too late. Time will tell.
Well, as for operator selection, we're seeing more of the same, aren't we? Just fragging operators.
I mean, I've got to credit Power Plays. We did see some change. You know, the Hibana instead of the Lion worked.
Yeah.
It flushed out a key position. And sometimes, you know, simple utility is better. And that's what Mango's demonstrated last time. I'm not sure what the idea for the sledge is here. I can't think of anything particular on this bomb site, or on really any bomb site that, like, there's no castle or anything. You know, wait, why the sledge? Is it just for the grenades?
Yeah, I was thinking nades and guns, I should say.
Yeah. Well, no hard breach taken whatsoever. It's a bit more difficult. free hold at the moment upstairs inside of the theatre. A lot of options
Yeah,
for the defenders
it's
upstairs.
once again one of those situations where not much is really happening. Just people are getting themselves into position and the drones into position like it's not high octane enough.
Not what you're used to. You're used to some serious siege.
Yeah.
All right. Casper, gonna counter this position at the L hallway. Oh, wow, that was perfect. Could not have been
Nice.
done better. Excellent job. Luckily, there was an ADS behind that shield, but the way that it was cooked perfectly destroyed the shield and downed the player without coming into contact with that ADS.
You know that was counted down to the millisecond. Imorin will reply, however, onto Ocean Man. Has definitely not taken him by the hand there.
Now Imorin will put down a few more goo mines and retreat back to a safe position. Good spot in the hallway. Doesn't fully retreat back to site, so as we mentioned earlier, power plays will have to re-drone. Mango's likely about to drone where Mango's is, I believe. Sorry, where Imorin is. Neofighter is there with him as well, but Gasson picks up his second kill for the round. Ethan off the board. A lot of information operators killed, but still salvageable for Orgless. Power players looking better than we've seen them before, though.
Yeah, 4v3. They are in the man advantage, but they've got to make it count. They've got to head down to the site and say stand up and be counted, and be counted as more.
Usually doing some good work as well. We do have a player down outside, however, and Imorin's still unaccounted for here in the security room. Mega's doing some damage. It's just Imorin left. This is still possible. A difficult ask, though, for him. He could find two. He does, in fact. That's the diffuser gone down, but instantly counted. Excellent job from Casper, MVP of the round, and power plays still in this one. They closed the half with 2 points on the board.
Yeah, that is a complete recovery from power plays. They were 4-0 down and managed to come back to make it 4-2 for that half. Nice stuff.
And that's the thing. Playing a lot of times consecutively on the same side, you might be put into the trap of thinking that you're really quite far down, but give yourself the chance to improve, fix some mistakes, and you were looking much better into the later rounds. And never give up. I think that's especially with the new ranked settings at the moment. A lot of people say, "Oh no, we're on defense first. Sorry, attack first," or "Oh no, we're down 0-3." You really can come back. It's the biggest enemy of a comeback is yourself. Power plays are still in it.
Is that Orgless' own lion my eyes spied?
It's been a while, my friend.
Yeah.
Finally, Derp is reunited with the lion.
With the Vector.
Yeah, that
Only
V308
plays them for the gun, guys.
gets a pretty good gun, all right. Lion's got a great gun, big magazine. We know Derp does love to bring those large magazine weapons. I saw him playing a lot of Yalda. We see him sometimes bring the G8 on IQ, which is IQ's LMG. Has a lot of bullets in the rifle as well.
One of the coolest grips in the game as well.
The side full grip. Love that one. All right, so now power play is setting up on this hookah defense. They've got a good variety of information. Like that camera, it looks down as well into the office downstairs. Bit more visibility. Also, we saw cameras in VIP.
2 for 1, if you will, Dev.
I like that. And from Orgless, quite a similar attacking lineup as well. Thatcher brought in substitution for the IQ that we saw consistently from power plays, but otherwise, very much the same kind of game. Imorin on his trademark buck. We know he can do some serious work with the C8.
Oh yeah.
No fighter as well downstairs. This is a heavy vertical take from downstairs.
Yeah, downstairs up. Ocean Man gonna find Emo.
Yeah, it's not a good start though.
Through the hatch, was it?
Yeah, it must have been. That vertical pressure, it's a risk, especially playing below. It's always more difficult to play below than play above. But, Emo, the first kill. That's all the frags off the board as well, which is my main concern, really. Frag grenades are incredibly good on coastline. There are a lot of these vents on the roof that you can throw frag grenades into and counter some of these key positions.
Ooh. He's all finding Ocean Man, so that's the trade back for the earlier kill.
excellent job to do out the Maestro so early on. Still, that's half the round gone. Neophyte is just playing incredibly patiently, waiting for his opportunity to go for this push. He knows now that if he goes upstairs, he'll have that smoke to contend with, and I believe is Diesel going to assist? Or usually on that run out, Diesel can't capitalize on the refrag at all. Now he's cautious about this position on the blue stairs. He knows the shotgun's there waiting for him. He's never going to win that fight. The only way that they can kill this smoke player is if they both go together and they go for the refrag, but that gas will completely deny that position. That said,
that is it.
The Capitao bolt helps out a little bit. Ethan in the objective, but a difficult position at the moment. Uses all of his utility to just secure this position. Muesli's still alive and eventually taken down, but the damage may well be done. Diesel, last man standing, he's got 3, only has 1 more to go. 30 seconds is a lot of time to make this work.
Not much time here, 1v1. He's going to try and plant on the pool table. Very low HP, of course, but Casper, he's got the ping, he's got the pre-fire, he's got the kill, and he's got the round.
That was a close one as well for power plays.
Oof.
Good job to finish it off there. Diesel did his very best, but wasn't everything he needed. Didn't have enough information. Didn't know he needed to pull off so fast. And the Valkyrie had everything going for him.
Well, this is a complete reversal of fortunes. Like the way we were going, I thought we'd be ending on that previous round there.
Yeah, it looked like it was a potential for a 7-0, but still power player holding on, and what was it, 17% or something for a draw? I think it was something like that.
I think it was about 10.
10?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I reckon that's on the cards. It's a serious option here. Orgless struggled a lot on their attacks on Consulate. You know, they won half of them. If we see the same thing here, we'll see a narrow victory for Orgless, but you know, I have some faith in power plays. I think they're looking better here than they were on Consulate. Looking to be a closer game so far.
Yeah, once again, I suppose it is a fairly similar operator lineup, isn't it?
The attack or the defense?
The attackers.
It's almost identical, except for the IQ and the Thatcher.
Oh, it hasn't worked for Orgless yet either, so...
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
But it is, you know, Coastline's traditionally seen as one of those more defensive-sided maps anyway.
That's a mix, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's so hard to call. I mean, these days things change so much depending on the operator bans. I feel like it can be very difficult to defend on Coastline if you have a really good attack. It can be incredibly oppressive.
Yeah.
But if you have a defense who's rock solid in 1 or 2 positions and free roaming elsewhere, it can be very difficult to dislodge those key positions with the threat of those roamers behind you. As said, Orgless haven't really had to deal with any kind of roam presence other than perhaps a small amount of runouts from power plays. And the key of it has been those anchor positions.
What's Ethan doing all by the kitchen window on his own? He's busted it open, chucked on a claymore as well, but...
Late flank opportunity, perhaps?
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure if they know, I was going to say exactly where the bomb set is, but now they do.
Yeah, it is a bar defense for power plays. Bundy kicking it off nice and early. Without a minute gone down, Derpeg goes on the ground. The Lion out of his cage, but straight into the frying pan.
He's been doing just fine.
You can see Orgless are thrown right now. You know, sending Diesel up onto the ruins to just prevent these runouts, and you know, it's not going to make the difference for power plays. They have all the information on these Valkyrie cameras.
The attack is just lacks direction.
I mean, Orgless don't have the information that they need to make the plays they want.
Yeah.
And power plays are the opposite. They have everything that they need.
They are making power plays.
Indeed, that's what the name's for. Finally, a pinch coming in from Orgless. Starting to see some pressure. There you have it, 2 quick kills.
Is he just
is this
glossing over that mirror?
No way. Surely not. This is a mirror. This is a plant. Secured? Just the 1 player left for power plays, and Orgless on the cusp of just about nothing. Turn the round on its heel.
Well, so that happened.
Are you sure?
Well, the
I think it
numbers on the scoreboard say
Well, there you have it. We were very much building up power plays, but suddenly the scoreline looks very different.
Yep, that 3-round winning streak has been broken here by the Orgless boys.
I wish we could have seen a little bit more of what happened on that round, but my assumption is that Orgless just kind of droned out the site, said, look, let's just get on in here, make it happen. Pushed down onto that sunrise site with some players watching Hookah as well. Looks like power plays do a very similar to the Orgless hold.
Sure, they're not taking inspiration from you, Dev, in your ranked matches.
Absolutely, that's my expectation every single time. I'm sure everyone does, all the pro teams. We're also seeing the Mozzie brought again. In terms of the kill distribution, it's very even on the side of power plays, but Ethan is definitely the highlight for Orgless.
Wasn't there like a couple of rounds before this as well, because the rehost?
Yes, you might be right.
He's fragging out, isn't he?
He certainly is. Yeah, their kill numbers did look a little bit low for this many rounds. Don't remember when the rehost was though. Not sure what round it was at.
Reinforcements in place.
Oh well.
Oh well. Maybe there wasn't one.
Yeah, not sure.
Alright, where's the Orgless attack coming from? Ethan very quickly heading on into bars. Derpe's drone to go ahead, and no one's really on the A bomb site now.
Bit dangerous. We saw how Orgless can take advantage of situations where they don't think there's much resistance to be had on the bomb site. That previous round is a perfect example. 2 players inside a service entrance at the moment for power plays. Orgless starting this presence, and they are poised for this kitchen side take. Neofighter takes out Bundy. That's the Mozzie. There's a lot of work to do for the execute, but things are looking very much doable.
Yeah, Diesel with the utility in hand, getting ready to jump on in. He's got diffuser as well, so he can pop it and go for a plant. Especially when they keep backing off like that.
What's the play here for power plays?
It really looks like they're trying, they've got information, they're trying to work off it.
Fire arrows deployed. Ethan on the long desk. Position where Diesel's going to struggle to find somewhere to plant. He's about to die to the smoke. No! He doesn't go all out and die, but there's no one ready to pick him up. Neofighter needs to back away very slowly. With all of the utility gone, Diesel may have made the fatal mistake that could cost Orgless this round.
You know, they do have the one-man advantage here, but, you know, it's only by a couple of points of health as Diesel is so lit up, of course.
Orgless don't have the option to go for another take identical to what they just attempted because they've lost that utility. They've lost the element of surprise as well. Imorin doing some damage onto Ocean Man will help a lot.
Oh, he hits that. Looks like the plant's going to be attempted. Is there anyone nearby to try and stop it? Oh, it's going to be the peak, and actually it has denied, but Diesel's got the trade. 35 seconds.
Ethan dying as well, really opened up the round. Casper's doing a lot of work. Now control over this kitchen door and the sunrise side in his hands. Derp is in a great flank position. Comes down to information. Does Casper know? Is Casper ready? This drone's going to give away Derp's position, but it may well give him the information he needs as well. No more E1Ds to play with. He'll just try to get straight on inside. Imorin takes out Muesli. Just Casper left, and they know his position as well. The plant surely starting soon. Imorin watching. No chance you can peek this Casper. He keeps trying and again. Imorin covering. Very patiently watching the side angle. He spots it. Imorin finds that final kill, and we're on match point for Orgless.
Wow. This has been a pretty exciting match here, Dev. Oh, Imorin almost missing all those shots.
Things are looking definitely up for Orgless. Gotta say, I didn't think that round was salvageable. After Ethan died in that position where Casper was playing was solidified for the defense, there was really no way for Orgless to make it happen, but fortunately Derpit managed to cross safely into Kitchen. Casper couldn't deny that cross. And that allowed the two remaining Orgless players, Derper and Emo, to just focus on that main site player, take him out, and then get into a position where they had the man advantage. And
Make it sound so simple, Dev.
I know, right? It is simple though, you know. In the moment, at 100 miles an hour, while you're trying to play and focus and aim good and communicate, and you've got 4 other people yelling at you in the mic.
And you're suffering that existential crisis. Why aren't I plat yet?
Is that you every day?
No, I don't care for rank.
I'm sure you live in the cafe playlists. Is that where you've been living recently?
Oh yeah, it's an 8-minute queue these days,
Really?
guys.
I don't know. I've been enjoying that a lot. I haven't had too much trouble with that one.
Oh, I don't really know.
That was a joke, was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
I get you.
See, Dev's so dry, he can't even detect something dripping with sarcasm.
Sure.
New camera feed up and running.
Alright, camera's thrown on outside. Thanks for that one, Casper. Saved. F12.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the camera usage on this bomb site from power plays. Works really well. They had a very dominant first defensive round. Orgless were very much stuck. They didn't bring the IQ either. Still, they'll likely be more prepared for it. I hear the first black eye taken out. This may well be a bit of a struggle. Emo in attempts to push in the same area he did previously. He died last time. What I'd like to see from Emo Rin is throwing a grenade through these vents to take out mangoes on these blue stairs.
Cool vibes, you mean?
Cool vibes is slower to say than blue stairs, so I say blue stairs.
How about vibes?
Yeah, whatevs.
Yeah, faster, that's what I thought.
Whatevs.
Diesel, I found the first one. That's Muesli going down. Well, no utility needed to clear him out from that position there.
My question is, are Orgless going for this aquarium take, or are they going for a hookah take? And it was very clearly defined when we were watching the FNATIC game earlier today, which site the attackers were going for. Even when it wasn't just FNATIC on the attacks, also when it was Zealous. But here watching Orgless, it's a little bit more all over the place.
Cover your ears. My favorite part.
Well, it's like we're going to have Concussion come back against oneself there. Whoops. But 5-on-4 with 1:15 to go. Orgless look like they're getting ready to just jump on into Trophy, don't they? Sorry, Trophy. Hookah.
Maybe those hookahs are the trophy. If it is, Diesel wants to claim that prize, but he's locked out by the smoke, and Mango's doing so much work on those stairs. Fired out and doesn't even make a difference. Imorin trying his best, but this vertical pressure still not securing that kill. Surely he'll find it in a moment from now. No way! Oh, the back off, and now the line charge as well, adding insult to injury. Imorin wants this one too.
Oh no, he's aiming too low.
He needs the skeleton key to finish this job. No way he's getting this kill. Ocean Man finally taken out by Derp, but Casper's on this run out. Diesel almost tastes.
Imorin's surely hunting that kill on the Casper. Or not, he's still trying to find these shots through the floor.
24 seconds. There's no way this is working out. Mangos has got a solid hold on these stairs with the shotgun. No way! Imorin finds that kill. This could be the opening needed by power players, but Imorin has no choice but pull out the Legion Mine. Diesel has to pray that his teammates covering him here for this
From
plan.
below.
The fuser goes down, and there you have it. That's GG. Imorin gets the final kill. Casper goes down, and we see Orgless with a stunning 2-0 victory.
That was a round that Orgless had no business winning, yet somehow it's gone in their favor.
That's exactly right. I would not have expected to see that kind of a salvage, but it really goes to show sometimes all it takes is one particular kill. In this case, it was taking out Mangoes on those blue stairs, and that collapsed the entire round. In those last few rounds, Imorin stepped it up and got about 5 kills just in the last, 2 or 3? So excellent job from Emo and Ethan heading the scoreboard. Team effort, though. Orgless come away with the 6 points.
Yeah, they do. So them and FNATIC at the top of the leaderboard after the first day. No big surprise there.
Yeah, I'm going to get a poll right now. Say aye if you're surprised. No,
Why a poll?
silence? I don't know, poll, whatever, vote, something?
Oh, I thought you meant like a metal rod.
No. Come on, mate. Like the community poll. Hey, well, the community was right this week, and so were you and I for our votes as well. Orgless and FNATIC. Good start to the Pro League season.
Yeah, it was.
It's the way it works out when they verse the Challenger League promoted teams. You know, they have a nice, comfortable start to the season, and I guess a bit of the opposite for Zealous and Power players. We have yet to see their full potential.
Yeah, well, it's all right. You know, there's always next week, but I think tomorrow might be just as exciting. Actually, probably more exciting, I mean.
Well, that's the thing, right? Tomorrow we have a lot more of these close matches, and I think teams where
The balance.
people have been wondering which is really the better team. You know,
Dev's got his own opinions.
Oddity and TBA, they're very close. They've had a couple face-offs recently. We'll get to see which is the better team. Mind Freak Fury. And it's at the moment, these are the matches that are going to be closer.
Yeah, so many good storylines there, but can't wait to delve into them.
Time to wrap up today, though. Orgless, Power Plays, and FNATIC, Zealous. Is there anything we can take away from today? And maybe the results were as expected, but the contents of the matches, anything we didn't quite predict?
I don't know. It is FNATIC able to get W's when they need to. Same for Orgless. And you know, they're starting off the season in a good stride, aren't they? They've put their good foot forward.
Yeah, that's right. Never mind the G2 logo over Power Plays. They're so powerful that they're really stepping it up at that extra level. Yeah, I've got to say, this is probably not dissimilar, at least the top two of what we expect to see throughout the remainder of the season. So this is what happened. You know, the top two positions in the region qualify for the APAC finals, which will happen, you know, after the ANZ Pro League finishes, and then a couple weeks later, after the APAC finals, we have the global finals, which obviously this season is going to be in Tokoname, Japan. Very exciting for all us APAC-based fans. I expect that we'll probably see Orgless and FNATIC there, but we have a long ride to go before we get there.
So what you reckon, Orgless and FNATIC going to make it through the rest of APAC?
I meant to APAC finals.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
I know they certainly have their eyes on Tokoname though.
Yes, definitely. But you know, we'll only have to wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah, and a couple more play days to go. So only played a number one.
Yeah.
We're back here tomorrow night. In fact, you know, this Pro League schedule at the moment is absolutely jam-packed. You know, I wrote it all down because I couldn't even remember it all. Monday, we've got the European Pro League. Tuesday, North America. Wednesday, today, we've got ANZ, and then Latin America will be starting just a couple hours after we finish, like about 2 hours or something.
Yeah.
And then, you know, tomorrow we'll have North America, and then another day of ANZ. Friday, EU, Saturday, Latin America. So content every single day.
What he said.
Content every single day. You know, not a day's break. Maybe Sunday, but we don't count Sunday.
Okay.
So, you know, Sunday you go and you enjoy your day off, and every other day we have Pro League. That's
Pretty
how
exciting
it works.
siege times, isn't it?
Absolutely, especially for us Australian and New Zealand fans who are getting to be featured on the main channel, reaching all of you new viewers, which is very exciting, especially giving a spotlight to a lot of these teams who really deserve it. I think Orgless is a perfect example. They don't get much time on this channel, just when they head to APAC finals.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, one best of three is certainly something that's a far cry from a whole season. So yep, we're gonna throw. So time to head out. It's been a long day. So
yeah,
it's
travel day. I had to fly at 7 a.m. I'm so tired right
yeah,
now.
that's this poor guy, right? It's I spent all day in the car as well. So it's time to close out for the night. But in just a few hours, we have the Latin American Pro League, which will be kicking off its first play day on this channel, and also tomorrow night, same time, same place, ANZ Pro League. We're bringing you that every single week, so don't go anywhere because we're going to be back in a couple hours. Have a good night.